Great. It'll be all right. You're not missing much. Welcome, everybody, this afternoon. My name's Justin Logan. I direct the Defense and Foreign Policy Studies program here at Cato. It's my pleasure to welcome you here to our conference today on NATO at 75, Rebalancing the Transatlantic Alliance. I want to thank our conference and tech and AV folks do a great job in normal circumstances, but with our burgeoning police state outside, they were working under extraordinary circumstances, so I appreciate their efforts even more than usual. And similarly, the sort of Byzantine navigation that our out-of-town guests had to go through, we're appreciative of their ability to navigate that. So some of the ideas that you're going to hear today about NATO and about the transatlantic relationship are considered radical, edgy ideas. But they have a history, right? And I think part of the reason that these ideas, some of these ideas about rebalancing the transatlantic relationship were identified long ago by an author by the name of Ronald Steele. Steele wrote that, quote, "Ever since its creation in 1949, the Atlantic Pact has been the subject of a remarkable veneration. Our entire diplomacy revolves around it. It is the one constant in a sea of shifting values and allegiances. NATO has entered our popular mythology, enshrined in the hagiography of the Cold War. It has become a kind of passion, the one subject on which liberals and conservatives, management and labor, one-worlders, and the radical right are able to agree." And that was 1964. So things have gotten even a little more sacred, as we might hear later today, since then. But the idea that NATO did not and should not represent a permanent deployment of US military forces to protect Europe has in fact a long pedigree. Imagine if a US president today argued that, quote, "If in 10 years all American troops stationed in Europe for national defense purposes have not been returned to the United States, then this whole project will have failed." Well, you don't have to imagine it because it actually happened, and it wasn't a radical anti-American president. It was a president by the name of Dwight D. Eisenhower who made that remark in 1951 when he was the supreme Allied commander in Europe. If you made that remark today, you'd be treated like some kind of radical nihilist looking to tear down the structure of international order. But NATO was not designed as a permanent authorization for American empire by invitation or otherwise. Down the street, European NATO members are congratulating each other for being 2/3 of the way to meeting a commitment that they first undertook in 2006. That commitment to spend 2% of GDP in each country on defense. Now, a previous president would have called this the soft bigotry of low expectations. But here we find ourselves taking a gentleman's C- and calling it an A. Institutionally, we're here with our friends from the American Conservative today, and both the American Conservative and the Cato Institute have been asking impertinent questions about NATO literally since they were founded. At a Cato conference in 1989 on NATO at 40, Ted Galen Carpenter, who really is sort of the godfather of this department, remarked that, quote, there was little justification for perpetuating the expanded NATO commitments undertaken temporarily in the early 1950s. At the very least, U.S. officials should insist upon a return to the original concept of NATO, conditional U.S. support for a predominantly European defense effort, no permanent U.S. garrison on the continent, and no automatic war commitment. So I think you'll hear the continuation, the culmination, the fruition of these kinds of ideas here this afternoon in a variety of different ways and on a variety of different subjects. But for now, I also want to hand the panel over to Kurt Mills, who's the executive director of the American Conservative, where he was previously a senior reporter and contributing editor. He worked previously at the National Interest, at U.S. News and World Report, at the Washington Examiner, and at the Spectator. And before taking the helm at TAC, he worked at a global macro hedge fund in Los Angeles, which we promised not to hold against him this afternoon. So with that, I'll turn things over to Kurt. Then you're going to have to suffer through me again as I introduce the panelists. Kurt?
On this week in Washington. I can't remember a time when the President of the United States might resign, and it feels like the fourth leading thing that's occurring. We are also partner organizations this week with the National Conservatism Conference, which you might have heard of. It's sort of treated as this sort of, where the bad guys meet ahead of the next administration. And so I'm just coming from there, and nobody there, as far as I could tell that a NATO summit is occurring. And everybody I have talked to who's associated with the NATO summit is not aware of this other conference. So it strikes me as this very strange partisan divide where the Republicans assume that NATO went extinct in the 90s, and the Democrats are assuming that NATO will ever expand to wherever. I think in all seriousness, whatever happens with this sort of monster of an election right now and whatever happens in elections in the future, this is the most important issue that any White House will address. The Ukraine war, which has been, of course, supported in stalwart fashion to the absolute hilt by NATO, is the most significant foreign policy event since the ruination of the Iraq War. In our new issue that should be complimentary and free outside, I did a profile of Mark Rutte, the former Netherlands head honcho who will be succeeding, or is in the process of succeeding, Jens Stoltenberg. It's a very strange organization. It's like the EU headed in Brussels, but the real power behind the throne, of course, is here in Washington. And it just occurs to me how quickly things changed. 30 months ago, if you had said that NATO would be questioned, and I have a sort of joke, or actually my colleague Helen Andrews has a joke about 75th birthdays. It's kind of like, well, happy birthday, but are we kind of getting up there in years? And I did observe this morning that the Financial Times lead editorial is, quote, the weird resilience of NATO. And if I have not seen a kiss of death for the things that, the way they are now, I don't know what it is other than a Financial Times diktat. So thank you so very much for joining us and for your support. Appreciate it.
Great. Thank you, Kurt. All right, so we'll get right into it here. The panelists will stay put, and we will do away with this here podium. But I'll introduce the panelists in the order in which they will speak, which through the great consensus, similar to NATO, everyone's agreed alphabetical order will be fine. So with that, Brian Blankenship takes the pole position, who is the Assistant Professor of Political Science at the University of Miami. He was previously a Stanton Nuclear Security Fellow at the Council on Foreign Relations and a Fellow at Dartmouth College's Dickey Center for International Understanding. He received his PhD in Political Science from Columbia University and is the author, very relevant to our purposes today, of a book called The Burden Sharing Dilemma, Coercive Diplomacy in U.S. Alliance Politics from Cornell University Press. So hit the bullseye on the subject matter today. Linda Dismale is a postdoctoral researcher in the MIT Security Studies program, as well as a senior associate researcher at the Center for Security, Diplomacy, and Strategy at the, I'm going to mess this one up, Linda, sorry, the Vrije Universiteit, Brussels in Belgium. Her research interests include U.S.-Europe relations, the evolution of U.S. grand strategy, and its impact on transatlantic and European security and alliance interdependence. Again, we did our research finding these people. Her work has been published in journals such as European Security, International Studies Review, Strategic Studies Quarterly, and Defense Studies. Thirdly, my friend and colleague Sumantra Mitra is currently a senior editor at the American Conservative, a senior fellow at the Center for Renewing America, and an elected associate fellow at the Royal Historical Society in the UK. He's also currently a senior contributor to The Federalist, completed his, I don't know if that's me or not, PhD at the University of Nottingham in the UK, where his research focused on great power grand strategy. His book, The Sources of Russian Aggression, from Lexington Books, came out in May of this year. And he is also the author, as you may have heard about 10,000 times in the last few weeks, of a much ballyhooed paper called Dormant NATO that has gotten a tremendous amount of press. And finally, my other friend and colleague, Josh Schifrinson, is a non-resident senior fellow here at Cato, an associate professor at the University of Maryland School of Public Policy. He received his PhD in political science from MIT and is the author of Rising Titans, Falling Giants, which sounds kind of like a 90s indie rock band, How Great Powers Exploit Power Shifts from Cornell University Press in 18. His work has also appeared in International Security, Journal of Strategic Studies, International Politics, SSQ, Washington Quarterly, Foreign Affairs, Politico, and a bunch of other publications that I'll spare you these days. So with that, I'll turn things over, though not the podium, to Brian Blankenship, and we will roll down the line. Thank you.
So I'm going to keep these remarks fairly brief, keep them largely focused on the issue of burden sharing in the NATO alliance. Now, as Justin alluded to, debates over burden sharing are as old as NATO, and they have risen to the top of the NATO agenda in recent years due to a variety of circumstances, some external to the alliance, some internal. But importantly, burden sharing is at the heart of the alliance, and it's been at the heart of U.S. concerns about the alliance. And perhaps just as importantly, just as burden sharing has been part of the alliance since its founding, so have occasionally coercive efforts by the United States to try and achieve burden sharing. Dating back to the Eisenhower administration, you had Secretary of State making the case that the United States would have to make an agonizing reappraisal of its commitment to the alliance without European and particularly West German burden sharing. You had Kennedy, Johnson, Nixon routinely using threats of troop withdrawals to encourage European defense spending. And of course, this continues to the present, particularly while associated with Trump. These coercive efforts are old. In many ways, Trump's approach is different only in how publicly he has aired these debates, but not so much in the content of much of his approach. But there's a lot of variation in the frequency and perhaps most importantly, the effectiveness of this kind of coercive pressure. During the Cold War, you had contrasting cases like France versus Germany. Germany was, in contrast to today, a big spender on defense, really supplied the bulk of the military power that would have met the Soviets in the event of an invasion of through the Fulda Gap. Conversely, you had France exiting NATO military command in the 1960s. And likewise today, you have some allies, like Poland and the Baltics, really punching above their weight. Others, perhaps most notably Germany, dragging its feet until very recently. Now, when it comes to U.S. efforts to encourage burden sharing, there's kind of two basic problems. One is allies not being willing, and the other is the U.S. not being willing. Now, generally speaking, for allies to be willing, you need two ingredients. You need some perception of threat, and you need some degree of concern about U.S. abandonment. And those two things often work in opposite directions, right? Oftentimes when the threat environment is more severe, that leads the U.S. to double down, which in turn kind of takes the heat off of allies. And of the two, threat perception tends to be the more important one. Even if allies are really concerned about abandonment, if they don't perceive an external threat, they're probably not going to really pick up the slack. And what that tends to mean for NATO is that the geography of the alliance matters a lot. Generally speaking, allies closer to the front, whether it was Germany during the Cold War, the Baltics and Poland today, tend to really feel the heat, and allies that are kind of behind the front line are able to let them kind of pick up the slack. Now, the second challenge, U.S. reluctance, U.S. willingness, often stems from the basic principle that burden sharing means control sharing, and it also means influence sharing. The less dependent allies are on U.S. protection, the less easily the U.S. can persuade them to do things that they'd rather not do, whether that is host American military bases, participate in U.S. sanctions regimes, importantly, refrain from pursuing nuclear weapons. And the United States has often been unwilling to kind of let allies take the reins. And this is particularly true among larger allies who could become more capable, right? Who could feasibly look after themselves, whether that is Japan in the Indo-Pacific, Germany in NATO, or more recently, unified European efforts toward defense, which is something that I know Linda will be speaking more about. Now, all of this in turn sheds light on how NATO burden sharing and how the U.S. approach to NATO burden sharing has changed over time. During the Cold War, when the alliance faced a compelling external threat, you had really intense U.S. interest in burden sharing, and it was particularly focused on Germany. And Germany has perpetually been kind of the fulcrum of the European component of the alliance. And for one reason or another has often been the point of some concern, right? During the Cold War and after, there's a lot of concern about whether NATO even wanted a capable Germany. But because of the compelling external threat, the U.S. put a lot of pressure on Europe and particularly on Germany to rearm. And it was often quite successful. As I alluded to earlier, Germany was one of the success cases during the Cold War when it came to burden sharing. Now, after the Cold War, in the 1990s and the 2000s, because the alliance no longer faced a really compelling external threat, conventional defense, conventional burden sharing kind of fell off the menu, was replaced by an effort toward adapting NATO to so-called out-of-area operations. And as a result, the alliances, particularly the European component of the alliances, conventional defense atrophied. And that was partly just due to the lack of a compelling external threat, but also partly by design. After the Cold War, the United States really pursued a strategy of primacy and in many cases actively sought to suppress what could be the emergence of rival powers, and that included allies like Japan and Germany. Which brings us to the present, which in many respects resembles the environment of the Cold War. There is a more compelling external threat than there was during the 90s, 2000s, but there are a few differences. The most notable one is that the threat posed by Russia is not as compelling an external threat as the Soviet Union was. The second is that Europe is no longer the primary theater of U.S. interest. And the third is that the alliance's geography has shifted. The alliance moved eastward, and all of this has created a set of dilemmas for the alliance and for the United States. And the main dilemma is that the United States is increasingly, since at least the Obama administration, trying to let Europe assume more responsibility for its own defense, focus more on Asia, but keeps getting pulled back by events and also by a fear that Europe might be unwilling or unable to do it alone. And part of that, again, stems from geography. Because NATO moved eastward, the allies that are now on the front lines are, with the partial exception of Poland, some of the alliance's smallest members. And the larger members, though, France, Germany, the UK, in Western Europe, don't feel the heat nearly as much, which creates the challenge, which is if the United States does really want to prioritize areas outside of Europe, wants to do less in Europe, raises questions about Western Europe's willingness to kind of assume that role as Eastern Europe's security guarantor, which in turn raises bigger questions about the credibility of NATO's Article 5. So I'll stop there, but if you'd like to read more, I invite you to check out my book, The Burden Sharing Dilemma.
Thanks so much, Brian. Linda?
Thank you, and thank you also very much for having me. I'll focus a bit in my remarks on how we got to where we are today and some historical patterns that we see in the way that the United States has approached this question of European strategic autonomy or European defense cooperation, as Brian has alluded to. And how that also has big implications for the way the alliance looks today. So I think when we look at US attitudes towards European strategic autonomy in security and defense specifically, there's this historical pattern since after the Eisenhower administration, where on the one hand, you have US officials on basically every visit to NATO headquarters or European capitals, complaining about defense spending, complaining about a lack of warfighting capabilities, and urging Europeans to step up or to contribute more to burden sharing. And so thereby seemingly signaling that the prospect of a militarily stronger Europe is an opportunity for the United States, and it's something that would be welcomed. But then at the same time, you also often have these very same officials then resist European proposals to do things such as establish a European military headquarters or develop certain strategic enablers or certain high-end major weapon systems, and thereby kind of signaling that perhaps the prospect of a militarily stronger Europe is a threat to the United States. And I think that this rhetorical pattern of kind of asking Europeans to step up, but then resisting some initiatives has at times led to some confusion, I think, on the European side and also within NATO. And also famously in the 1990s, you even had a NATO Secretary General, Lord Robertson, describing America's attitudes towards European defense as schizophrenic. But I think that what at first sight might indeed appear somewhat schizophrenic kind of ceases to be so once we take into account that the simple notion that not all capabilities matter equal. And so in other words, if we look at US policies really through the lens of capabilities, strategic capabilities, rather than financial metrics per se, it becomes really clear how this notion of a militarily strong Europe as both an opportunity and a threat has really coexisted in US policies, in the sense that US policymakers have really tried to encourage their European allies to be in a position to be able to supplement US efforts to have more capabilities available to the alliance as a whole, but not to have Europeans to be in a position where they could actually replace US efforts. So it has not wanted, in that sense, European autonomy, so the capacity on behalf of the European allies cooperatively to kind of be able to independently make decisions in security and defense, and to also kind of act upon them. And so we really see, more specifically, if we kind of dig a little deeper in the burden sharing conversation, we really see this pattern where you have the United States really encouraging Europeans or acquiescing to European promoted initiatives to take on more responsibility, but really in the lower kind of segments of the defense industrial base, and really when it comes to improving capabilities for low intensity or medium intensity expeditionary operations, crisis management, peacekeeping, and so on, but then also being much more skeptical about any efforts that would or could deliver kind of true autonomy, be it in the field of strategic command and control, so decision-making, or high-end defense industrial products, or foreign policy more broadly. Just to kind of unpack this latter point a bit, as I think it's really quite important in understanding how we got to where we are today. There's kind of three areas in which the United States has been much more reluctant or even resisted European efforts to quote-unquote kind of step up. So I think first, we've really seen this pattern of US policymakers trying to maintain US military strategic leadership over the Euro-Atlantic region that it enjoys also by virtue of its very kind of leadership role in NATO's command structure, as a way to kind of try and maintain as much coherence as possible between NATO military planning on the one hand and the United States' own defense strategy for Europe on the other hand, and also kind of trying to prevent Europeans from allocating their scarce defense resources to activities that Washington might not consider a priority or not even in its interest. And so because of this desire to maintain military strategic leadership over the Euro-Atlantic, the US has traditionally been very reluctant to grant a greater role to European allies, again, in NATO's command structure. It has also resisted or really opposed European proposals to establish an EU military headquarters at some point. All of these kind of as a challenge to the United States' own leadership over the Euro-Atlantic region. And here there's kind of an area of tension where those Europeans, and it's often been France or at least a French-led initiative in this regard, those Europeans who have asked to kind of have a greater role in NATO's command structure have made the point that by giving Europeans more ownership over the decision-making, that would encourage them to invest more in defense. But Washington kind of sees the causal chain in the other direction, where it says we want you to spend more first and have more capabilities, and afterwards we can talk about kind of strategic leadership. I think a second area where we've seen some US resistance is that the United States has also tried to kind of leverage, of course, the alliance to benefit its own kind of defense and technological industry, where US companies have also used kind of their presence in Europe as a way to obtain additional contracts and achieve economies of scale and simply kind of improve their global competitiveness. And at times this has also then led the United States to adopt policies which have had the effect or secondary effect of kind of challenging European initiatives that could challenge US supremacy in the most technologically advanced segments of the defense industrial base, and thereby kind of complicating European efforts at achieving industrial autonomy in these areas. So just to give a concrete example, this is something we saw both during the Cold War with the F-16 as well as today with the F-35. It's not as much that you have US policymakers really kind of opposing European consortia in this realm, but we have a US approach of inviting individual allies in co-production deals in these US-led consortia. And that, of course, makes additional capabilities, again, available for the alliance as a whole. It's good for interoperability, but it also has as the effect that it discourages those same European allies from choosing a European option, and thereby kind of disadvantages major European competitors because it limits their economies of scale and their export opportunities, both in Europe and beyond. And so certain more skeptical voices in Europe also view this policy of the United States, again, consciously as or not, as a policy that also kind of serves to kind of undermine the long-term growth and competitiveness of the European industry and exacerbating actually the existing fragmentation that already exists in Europe in this regard. And then as a third point, there's also been some resistance to European initiatives that could put, and this really very much dovetails with what Brian was saying, that would put kind of Europeans in a position to challenge or undermine certain broader foreign policy preferences that Washington might have, and that by virtue of kind of the European reliance or dependency on the United States, it also often expects its European allies to showcase some degree of loyalty or supports towards US foreign policy preferences more generally. And I think today China is something that's kind of, that immediately comes to mind in that respect, but this is actually something that we've seen already before. In the 1990s, in the early 2000s, the United States really opposed, for instance, European efforts to develop independent capacity for satellite navigation as a key kind of strategic enabler with the Galileo program. There were a variety of reasons why the United States opposed this initiative, but one of them was also that for a certain period of time, China was actually a partner of Europe in this endeavor, and US policymakers feared that this cooperation would give China access to advanced space technology, which it could then use for its own missile development, but also that a project of this weight, Galileo, is really on the European side a major deal, that a project of this weight would also serve to kind of improve or strengthen perhaps diplomatic and political relationships between Europe and China, which is something that the United States didn't want. So I think looking back, what we see is kind of this approach on the part of the US where a militarily stronger Europe is both an opportunity and a threat, with the United States kind of welcoming these European efforts to take on kind of greater responsibility in security and defense, but only for as long as they don't really lead to true autonomy, because again, as what Brian was saying, that might kind of lead them to challenge US leadership, technological supremacy, and even its ability to achieve some broader foreign policy objectives. And so I think that that really underlines that if we kind of move beyond financial metrics to really look at capabilities, that the asymmetry in the alliance that exists today is very much a feature of the system. It's not a bug of the system. Now, I do want to raise, I'm very aware as a European in the room, I very much want to underline that none of this is to suggest that the United States is to blame for the repeated failures of European countries to kind of live up to their own rhetoric when it comes to European strategic autonomy. But I do think that it is the case that in these instances where at times Europeans have come to a consensus to undertake a major project, a very ambitious project, that some US criticism or some US reluctance might really suffice to just kind of break a consensus that's very fragile to begin with. And so I think that it really highlights that irrespective of where you stand on what the United States should do or what Europeans should do, it's not because Europeans spend more that it'll make them less reliant on the United States. And I do think that any kind of deep reflection on the future of the Transatlantic Alliance in kind of a changed environment, again, as you also alluded to, really kind of, again, requires us to recognize this asymmetry as a feature and not a bug of the system, and that there's really a lot of value in kind of moving the conversation much more to a capability-centric approach rather than focusing on financial metrics per se. But I think I'll stop here. Thank you.
That's wonderful. Thank you, Linda. All right, Sumantra, I've given you special clearance to use the podium.
Use the podium. I'll tell you why.
We'll all pause awkwardly here while you sidle over there.
Thank you very much. I hope everyone can hear me. The reason I'm using the podium is because I've got two notes in my hand, one for here and one for NatCon. It'd be really jarring if I I need to
make sure you get the right one.
Yeah. The second point that I want to say before I start is I'm not going to talk about dormant NATO. I'm already doing tours of embassies and I don't want to die. For a history of the assumptions or the strategic concepts behind NATO's expansion, you have the expert sitting there, Josh. I don't think I'm going to say much which is going to be any different than what he would say, at least when it comes to the history of NATO expansion. And I can see the great Barry Posen sitting there. I obviously don't want to say anything wrong in front of you. So what I would focus on is essentially the other side of the story. It is fundamentally taken from one of the chapters of my book, the Russian reactions to NATO expansion. There are the idea that it's mostly a DC thing, but also in London, there's this idea that, you know, Russian expansion is mostly either about various reasons for, you know, like domestic regime stability or Christian conservatism or imperialism or neo-Sovietism or fascism or everything in between. But what is it? It's for those who are political scientists here, you know, it's very difficult to process trace Kremlin. You cannot understand what's going on inside those chambers. So you have to kind of like understand what they're doing and then tally it up with their rhetoric and figure out which are the things that, you know, which are true and which are not. Realists obviously don't really focus on the rhetoric, they see the actions. So I think that's one of the key things that one needs to look at. It's like how Russia is reacting to the various phases of NATO expansion. So I would give a brief history of how Russia reacted to the, basically, in my opinion, to the first broad three phases. After that, after 2007 and 2008, contrary to public opinion, contrary to all the, you know, mispronounced red buttons, there was no detente between US and Russia, at least not from the Russian side. Everything after that was gone. It was dead. Up until 2007, there were opportunities of having some kind of grand bargain with Russia, but I'm not that optimistic, and I don't want to talk about pessimism with my accent. So the first hint of NATO expansion came from Manfred Wörner's declaration in March 1992 that NATO's doors were open. Further push also came from the Germans, not from the Americans. Most people forgot that there was a solid, you know, opposition to NATO expansion up until 95 or even 97 in Washington, D.C. It wasn't the case in Europe. The push for NATO expansion was fundamentally from Germany, not from Eastern Europe, but because the Germans wanted to move their frontiers to the east. Valid, smart policy, I understand, but it was from their side. The Central and the Eastern European states were kept at a distance by the Clinton administration initially, because the muscle memory of Cold War realism was opposed to any such move. But obviously, the democratic peace theorists, such as Madeleine Albright and Jeremy Rosner, slowly won over. And by 95, even as American troops were being drawn down from Europe, NATO expansion seemed almost unstoppable. Russian opposition to expansion was never really uniform. It was reflected in the decline and the rise of relative power of Moscow. Initially, both Gorbachev and Yeltsin were under the impression that NATO might provide some kind of stability in Central Europe. The consensus in Russian strategic circles was that Russian military doctrine should be geared towards an era of partnership and cooperation, within quotes, not my words. These are actually there in the military doctrines of Russia. The Russian foreign intelligence services obviously referred to NATO as the biggest military grouping in the world, which possesses an enormous offensive potential, but were satisfied until 94, as the talks of expansion were just empty rhetoric from the West, from their perspective. At the end of 93, Foreign Minister Kozyrev told the Russian lawmakers that the greatest achievement of post-Soviet diplomacy was to prevent NATO's expansion eastward. The surprise in Moscow was therefore massive in 95, when Boris Yeltsin declared that the Cold War was slowly being replaced by a cold peace. The pro-Western Democrats in the Russian Duma felt really betrayed, recognized that NATO expansion was a threat to their domestic influence. So this is the Atlanticists in Russia that we're talking about, not the Russian Siloviki that we know now. They were betrayed because they thought, because of NATO expansion, their influence is going to decline in Moscow. Primakov, sentiments of these betrayals were conveyed by the diplomats. Primakov came and, rang an alarm bell, and concessions were immediately offered in the form of Russian participation in the Partnership for Peace. NATO's new security doctrine resulted in a massive reduction of conventional as well as nuclear weapons. American forward presence, for example, went down from around 330,000 troops to around 100,000 total. The total European combined cuts amounted to another 500,000. Poland, Hungary, and Czech Republic were included by a reduction simultaneously of around 40% of land, sea, and air units. Theater-level nuclear weapons were reduced by almost 80%. So anytime you hear in DC that there are no templates of reduction of troops, it's wrong. It has already happened before. Nothing that I'm suggesting here in dormant NATO, by the way, is new. It has already happened. The Russian ministry's core conditions were that Moscow would agree to the enlargement as long as there are no deployments, again within quotes, of nuclear weapons or allied combat forces on the territory of new member states. Both conditions were immediately agreed by NATO and the US. Additionally, European politics favored a NATO-Russia détente. NATO's acceptance of Russian conditions included Russia being invited to the implementation force in Bosnia, I4, effectively endorsing the Dayton Accords. And then NATO-Russia Founding Act was signed in 1997 with a permanent Russian mission to NATO. Russia agreed to the NATO expansion with a new red line of no NATO troops in former Soviet countries, including the Baltics. That changed in 1990, late 1990s, with Kosovo. Kosovo is a war that we don't really talk about much because of Iraq and Libya and all the things that followed. But it was the first war that changed two things. One, it changed the character of NATO from a defensive alliance to an offensive alliance, an ideological alliance. Before that, anything that was considered to be the internal sovereign affair of a country was not within the bounds of NATO's movements. That changed with Kosovo. But the second thing that changed with Kosovo is Russian rhetoric and Russian strategic assumptions. How so? The Russian military doctrines changed. The brief idea that Russia's future was satiated power was dead. For the first time since the Cold War, the Russian strategic planners started a nightmare scenario of NATO unilaterally projecting power in the name of human rights next to their borders. Military doctrines changed. Moscow abandoned the no first use after Kosovo. The new doctrine initiated a posture where Russia might be compelled to use nuclear weapons when the state's existence was threatened. You might be hearing that from Putin for a long time now, for the last few days, but that started after 1999 in Kosovo. The NATO-Russia Permanent Joint Council broke down because of the intervention. The Russians thought that the Americans were not serious about consultations, and it's just all hokum. And the defense minister, Igor Sergeyev, lashed out, saying by the end of 1990, the move might renew military confrontation. And then by the end of 1999, a new leader of Russia came, whose surname was the same as the Zampolit of Hunt for Red October, Vladimir Putin. Putin accepted that the enlargement was a fait accompli. In the meeting with Secretary General George Robertson, whose name was just recently mentioned, he stated that there was a need to resume the Russia-NATO contacts and compare military doctrines. In 2001, he hinted that if NATO takes on a different shed and becomes a political organization, we would reconsider our position with regard to such expansion if we are to feel involved in such processes. In December 2001, when the United States unilaterally pulled out of the anti-ballistic missile treaty, Russia called it a mistake, and that was it, done. NATO itself was undergoing a change. The attacks in the US changed NATO's reasoning from democratic peace theory to the idea that promoting democracy is needed to counter international terror in a global battle of ideas. 2002 Prague summit, this new thinking was elaborated by George W. Bush. He said, expansion of NATO also brings many advantages to the alliance itself. Every new member contributes military capabilities that add to our common security. Who are the members who are adding to the security of the United States? Romania, Bulgaria, Estonia, Lithuania, Slovakia, with all their militaries, are helping the United States to stay secure. In short, promoting democracy was to be NATO's primary mission, not just defending a small group in the northeast corner of the Atlantic. The reframing was helpful to Russia. The Russians were undergoing their own war with Islamism in Chechnya. And Ivanov, who was the foreign minister, said Russia no longer considers NATO enlargement to be a menace because the alliance has undergone a radical transformation to a defense against global terrorism. But after the Iraq War, again, that changed. General Yuri Baluyevsky said that the world, if not multipolar, breeds instability, and the political leadership remained flexible to alignments. Russian military doctrine didn't change much, but Russia started to consider NATO as a potential threat again. Everything broke down after the color revolutions in Ukraine and Georgia. The calls to join NATO intensified in Ukraine and Georgia. Putin was the first one to warn that Russia would not accept it. It was a return to the Yeltsin era of red line in a tone that was sort of unmistakable. Russia maintained that the only way for Russia was to find NATO expansion acceptable was if NATO transformed into a political organization with Russia inside it. No one really believes that, but that's what Putin said. He wanted to be a part of NATO. Again, we don't really care about the rhetoric, but it was in the archives. There were open calls for membership. NATO F-16 patrols started flying over the Baltic in 2004. Again, a new escalation that infuriated Moscow. Lavrov said in 2006, we firmly raised questions about the transformation of NATO, the alliance's plans for enlargement and reconfiguration of the US military presence in Europe, deployment of elements in the American missile defense, and NATO's refusal to ratify the CFE treaty. Lavrov further stated that Ukraine and Georgia towards NATO would mark a colossal geopolitical shift. Russian military journals stated that it would be short-sighted for Russia to ignore the fact that NATO expansion might be central to the ambition of the United States, striving to achieve unipolarity. And then Putin went in Munich in 2007, and this was the most, the key question that he raised in that speech, as everyone remember. He said, I think it is obvious that NATO expansion does not have any relation with the modernization of the alliance. So that's a change from his own point, where he wanted to join NATO because he thought NATO was a transformed alliance. He said that, on the contrary, it represents a serious provocation that reduces the level of mutual trust. The United States is a hyperpower, and he said that the Germans already said that we are not ready to place a NATO army outside of German territory, gives the Soviet Union a firm security guarantee. Where are these guarantees? So as you can see, the three phases of NATO expansion, there are no uniform Russian reaction to either of those things. There is a theory by Stephen Walt. It's called balance of threat theory. It has three different variables: aggressive power, geographic proximity, and offensive intention, and offensive capability, four. If you see the Russian reactions based on those four variables, it makes a lot more sense. So when NATO expanded in the first phase, up until Hungary and Czech Republic and Poland, Russians were offended about it, but they actually thought that NATO would provide some measure of security in Central Europe. They're obviously not going to say that now, but it was fine then. But it was different when it comes to Baltics, and it's absolutely extremely different when it comes to Georgia and Ukraine. So I'm going to finish the final part of my comment today was why Ukraine and Georgia? Well, for two or three different reasons. One, again, by virtue of balance of threat theory of Walt, you can make sense of why Russia intervened in Ukraine, Georgia, or even in Syria compared to when NATO expanded in Montenegro or Macedonia, for example. In Ukraine, in the eastern parts of Ukraine, the entire military-industrial complex of Russia was there. SS-18 silos were being manufactured. Hydraulics for their aircraft carrier was being manufactured in eastern Ukraine. Not just that, if Ukraine was part of European Union and NATO, there would be quality controls on Russian imports and exports to that country. So those were some of the factors. In Georgia, likewise, there was a pipeline from Baku, which was guarded by Russian military, and there were breakaway provinces. So fundamentally, same with Syria, warm water ports, Crimea. Essentially what we see is there is a pattern. The Russians would raise hell when it comes to any kind of expansion, obviously, but they would be compelled to act in places where they have direct, tangible strategic interests, including Georgia, Ukraine, Syria, Crimea. They would do a whole bunch of stuff put them in the Baltics when it comes to gray zone warfare, but they would probably not going to go to war. Again, this is not something that I want to take to the bank. I don't want to be like, predict something and in 20 years' time be like Francis Fukuyama. But nevertheless, there are some basic patterns in Russian behavior. As to what we might do as a reaction to that, I'm happy to answer questions.
Very good. Thank you so much. Josh, are you good here? You want to go up? Go ahead up. We'll cause chaos and disrupt the AV folks. I'll hear about it later.
Here we go.
Yep.
Also, I don't know which microphone to use anymore.
I think
So thanks, Justin. Thanks to my co-panelists. Thank you all for coming out. My talk today is going to focus on the assumptions lurking behind the scenes of NATO expansion. NATO expansion obviously is a policy that has undergirded much of American foreign policy for the last 3.5 decades. It's among the most consequential foreign policy decisions probably in the last 40 some odd years. And we live with these consequences, the consequences of expansion today. Obviously, the Biden administration has tethered much of its foreign policy to the prospect of a continued open door. Likewise, we know that Ukraine has used the prospect of continued possible membership in the alliance, and other countries have linked their foreign policies to possible membership in the alliance. This is a policy that lives with us today. And proponents, of course, have argued that the policy has been nothing but good, or primarily good, that it has helped countries of Central and Eastern Europe democratize and liberalize themselves, that it's brought peace to the continent of Europe, that it's made sure that a Cold War-era alliance created in 1949, has remained relevant to the post-Cold War space, and that in doing so, it's helped anchor the liberal order. That's what the proponents argue. But I think stepping back, the downsides are pretty stark. NATO expansion has contributed to cheap riding amongst the European allies, as Linda had alluded to. It's also created an unworkable alliance, as Brian alluded to, creating a bunch of countries that have disparate security interests trying to cooperate somehow, made the alliance at 32 members actually politically hard to manage inside of the alliance. It's also antagonized Russia, as Sumatra referred to. I'll speak to that in just a minute. It's committed the United States to taking responsibility for a number of states that really don't affect the balance of power, the European security situation. They don't affect American national interests. And finally, as we see in the increasingly schizophrenic debate about American foreign policy, it's also screwed up the American foreign policy debate, taking us away from asking what are U.S. national interests into asking what can the United States do for Europe. And so what I want to do in my remarks today is to step back and ask the question, what could we have known about this policy at the time? What were the assumptions that drove the policy forward like a runaway train? And so I'm not going to speak too much to the origins of the policy itself, but instead try to unpack some of the unstated assumptions, some of the unstated ideas that drove the process forward. And I think there are three, maybe four, that I really want to hit on. The first assumption is that NATO, which again I really want to emphasize is a Cold War-era alliance, was somehow both worth preserving and worth expanding in the post-Cold War space. Now, this itself is kind of a Herculean assumption, right? Alliances, as we know, don't have value apart from the threat to which they're designed to address. And NATO, of course, was founded to do two things. It was designed to keep the Soviet Union at bay, and it was designed to resolve the German problem. And I think Mark Trachtenberg this afternoon will speak to that just a little bit. After the Cold War, the Soviet Union, to quote Monty Python, was no more. And the German problem, if you believe that 40 years of socialization and the creation of a stable European balance of power mean anything, the German problem was soluble. This wasn't the Germany of the 1910s to the 1930s. This was a different world. So you could have stepped back and said, okay, so do we really need NATO, and do we really need NATO to solve post-war security problems? But that question wasn't asked. Instead, the assumption was made that somehow this alliance was worth retaining, that somehow this alliance could be kept going, and that above all, it could solve Europe's post-Cold War security problems. Now, what were these problems? It wasn't the threat of Russian revanchism. Russia was a basket case in the early to mid-1990s into the early 2000s. It was the fact that Central and Eastern Europe wanted a security blanket. They had a host of internal problems that needed addressing. And yeah, there were some lingering concerns about what would a reunified Germany do. But by 94, 95, it was pretty clear that unified Germany was not going to be running amok across the continent of Europe again. And so into this space, you would ask the question, is NATO relevant? And you could have very plausibly come to the answer that said, no, NATO is not really all that relevant. Eastern Europe's problems are primarily domestic reform. NATO as an alliance where once you're in, you can't be kicked out, doesn't really do a lot to help solve these problems. It doesn't help keep states accountable for internal reform. And likewise, insofar as the Central and Eastern Europeans face perhaps a psychological threat from Russia, there were other mechanisms besides just a security guarantee in perpetuity by the United States and the other NATO allies to address these problems. So assumption number one is that somehow NATO could be kept going, that somehow NATO could resolve these problems. No one unpacked this question. The second assumption, which Sumatra referred to, but I'm going to put a little bow on it, is that Russian opposition could basically be ignored. NATO expansion itself violated assurances that were given in 1990 that NATO would not expand 1 inch to the each. That's Jim Baker, former Secretary of State's comment at the time. Happy to speak more to this afterwards. And that more importantly, Russia itself voiced opposition to the process of NATO expansion from 1991 onward. When the process actually began, I'll push back a little bit on Sumatra. The process of NATO expansion actually began in the H.W. Bush administration about 1991, early 1992. It wasn't a German initiative, it was an American initiative. And the Russians repeatedly said, this is a bad idea, this violates our security interests. This is a statement that was given by Kozyrev, then the Russian foreign minister, by Boris Yeltsin on his hospital bed on many occasions. And in response, the Clinton administration basically said, you have to eat your spinach. That's actually a direct quote under certain conditions, but here we go. Later on, when likewise, it's not just the spinach comment, it's also when the Russians said, look, you're going to create a cold peace. The response was, this is a political problem for you. We can resolve the problem by creating things like the NATO-Russia Council, famously described as a very nice dinner. So this is not a serious effort to bring Russia on board. This is not a serious effort to address Russian concerns. Yet it wasn't just a Clinton administration assumption that Russia could be ignored in the process. In the Bush years, the W. Bush years, excuse me, there were any number of reports from Bill Burns and the U.S. ambassador to Moscow, from Vladimir Putin himself at the Munich Security Conference in 2007, saying, if NATO continues to expand, it's going to cross a bunch of red lines. Bill Burns called this the brightest of all red lines. And so what was the administration's response? To offer membership to Ukraine, offer membership to Georgia. And of course, when the war occurred, it was somehow treated, when Russia reacted with hostility, it was somehow treated as this, somehow a violation of the norms of international conduct. Well, there were warnings about this. This didn't come out overnight. And yet the assumption seemed to be, it doesn't matter. Russia will have to go along with this. It's weak, it's ineffectual, deal with it. This was a mistake. The question should have been, what happens if Russia gets testy? Might a European power with a bunch of nuclear weapons, a big economy, and a pretty good military industrial base do something about it? What happens if Russian interests are actually not political in nature, if Russian interests aren't political in nature, but are in fact strategic in nature? A third assumption is that, related to the prior one, is that expansion would be virtually costless to the United States. Now, keep in mind, NATO went from 16 members in 1990, 1991 to 32 members today. It occurred, but yet as this process rolled forward, the U.S. military was cut. And above all, there was no discussion in either congressional testimony as the U.S. considered expanding the alliance or in public dialogue and public conversations as to how, if and when the chits were called, the alliance would provide security to states like Poland, Estonia, Latvia, Romania, so on and so forth. In fact, we now know that until 2009, there weren't even vague plans to defend the Baltic states. You can look in congressional testimony where there is no discussion, there's no statement as to how security commitments might require increased military spending, increased U.S. security obligations. There is no discussion of how you make good on these obligations. The obvious implication is that policymakers assumed that they'd never actually have to pay these debts. Again, this ought to have been unpacked given what vocal Russian opposition, and given the fact that the Eastern European states themselves sometimes wanted into NATO because of lingering fears of Moscow. So there's a gaping hole at the heart of the expanding U.S. security presence. Finally, the fourth assumption, which I don't think we talk about enough, but it's worth highlighting, is that somehow the U.S. public could be brought on board, or opposition could be overcome, or questions that might be asked by the public could be assuaged in the public discussion about NATO's post-Cold War presence. Policymakers talked about educating the U.S. public. Policymakers talk about the importance of invoking the sanctity of the alliance. You know, the summit that we have down the street going on here, summits weren't a thing really during the Cold War. It's a post-Cold War phenomenon. You wouldn't have these very lengthy statements about the alliances for. This is a post-Cold War phenomenon to drum up public support for the alliance. The obvious implication is that the American public wouldn't really care about the issues at hand. And if they did raise questions, they could be convinced that it was worth it in the end. And again, given that Russian opposition was spiking, given that the security burdens were going up, and given that NATO was a Cold War era alliance being repackaged for post-Cold War issues that it's poorly structured to address, the question of what would happen if the public began asking questions ought to have been front-loaded. So again, we live with these consequences today. I think many of these assumptions were knowable at the time, or at least questions could have been asked about some of these underlying assumptions at the time. And it's not too much to say that as some of the assumptions have been proven false in the contemporary space, we're actually due for something of a reckoning as to where NATO goes in the future. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much, Josh. I was remiss at the outset in telling the people watching online that you can ask questions. We have a bunch of questions from weeks ago but I'd rather take a question from online from somebody who's watching now. So on the little, if you're on the Cato website, you can ask a question there, or on social media using the hashtag CatoFP. So go ahead and do that. But before I turn to the audience for questions, I'm going to do what I always do and usurp the moderator's privilege to ask my own question. I think there were two kind of through lines of the remarks today, one historical and one sort of contemporary policy question. Again, I think in everyone's remarks, there's this thread of U.S. policy after the Cold War, at best ambivalent about the future of European security. On the one hand, we were always caterwauling about Europe needing to spend more on defense. And on the other hand, at every time there was anything that looked remotely like a meaningful effort for Europe to get its act together, the hammer came down. In 2003, we sent Nick Burns to Brussels to tell the Europeans that European security cooperation outside of NATO represented a grave threat to the transatlantic relationship. Not a grave threat to NATO as an institution, but that was going to poison transatlantic relations. This is really kind of belligerent language there. So the historical question that I want to kind of pose to everyone is, was this sort of U.S. post-Cold War Europe policy imperial and kind of the cartoon version of unipolarity? Or if you prefer it better this way, was it a kind of like Chris Lane world that we were actually just, we liked running things, and so we stepped on any threat to challenge our control? Or was it kind of blunderingly benevolent, right? Was it a sense that, oh, you know how the Europeans are, we can't rely on them, a kind of like Robert Kagan, you know, Europeans are from Venus type situation? And you can feel free to say both of these things. But I think it is like given, because I used to say things like this and get shouted down in polite company, but we've sort of come to this growing realization that whether it was Madeleine Albright at Saint-Malo or all of this stuff around CFSP and then PESCO, we didn't want to turn the reins over under really any circumstances. So why not, is my question. And then to sort of parlay that into a second or half question, I think we've talked about, you know, I think it was Linda or maybe Brian talking about European efforts both as an opportunity and a threat. Is it time for us to decide? Is it time for the United States to decide? You know, we've been kind of on both sides of this issue, as the first part of my question suggested. Is it time to figure out whether it's an opportunity or a threat? So the historical question, were we imperial or blunderingly benevolent? And is it time for us to figure out what we think about greater non-NATO European security cooperation? And we can go down the line. Maybe it's been less we've heard from Brian and then feed it on down.
Yeah, so I'll tackle your second question. I mean, on the question of, you know, is it time for the U.S. to decide whether or not it's a threat or an opportunity, a burden sharing that is? I think it depends on what the U.S. wants and what the U.S. wants to do, right? You know, if the U.S. wants to prioritize the Indo-Pacific, if it wants to do less in Europe, then it certainly is time, right? Now, you know, the U.S. could, in principle, you know, spend 5, 6, 7, 8% of GDP on defense and try and do it all, but it doesn't seem like that's what the U.S. wants to do, right? It seems like the U.S. wants to kind of at least muddle through in Europe and the Middle East and prioritize the Indo-Pacific without really dramatically increasing defense investments that much. And if that's the case, then, or if the U.S. wants to do less, right? If the U.S. doesn't want to muddle through anymore, then it certainly is time. On the first question, you know, is it kind of bumbling benevolence versus, you know, kind of control seeking? I mean, I think the cheat answer is to say both. If I had to pick one, I tend to think it was about kind of control, right? I tend to think that, you know, the United States really did, especially during the 90s and 2000s, really want to suppress the alternative of kind of alternative security architectures, of potential rivals, including but not limited to erstwhile allies like Japan and Germany?
Yeah, thank you. So I think your question about is it time for the United States to kind of reassess, kind of also what Brian was mentioning, I think it depends on what the United States wants. And I do think I kind of tried to highlight some of the advantages that US policymakers feel that they have gotten from this asymmetry, the fact that they have this military strategic leadership, that it provides certain benefits for kind of the technological and the defense industrial base, and that it allows them to kind of either kindly ask or somewhat coerce Europeans into kind of supporting the United States in its broader foreign policy agenda. So I think it's always kind of about weighing about how much that is worth to you. But I do think the way that the conversation is evolving today is that throughout the Cold War, the transatlantic relationship, or NATO, the transatlantic security agenda, was kind of the United States' global agenda. And I do think that there, in the last couple of decades, first, with the global war on terror, but now more with China, we see that the transatlantic relationship is just much less central to the United States' global agenda. And so I think that the question on the US side is going to be how much control can we afford in such a situation where perhaps the transatlantic relationship isn't as central to our foreign policy. And then on the European side, the question is, how do you kind of cope with that or address that? The question on whether it's an imperial power or a kind and benevolent kind of actor, I'm also going to take the safe option here. But I do think that the United States' skepticism, or from certain US policymakers, about kind of the ability of Europeans to cooperate and really quote unquote get their act together. I think on the one hand there's this fear that, well, they might fail because of collective action problems, but then there's also this fear, what if they really succeed and they become a challenger for us? And I think that kind of the go-to response on the United States' part has been, let's just not take that risk and just keep it as it is. But I think individual kind of assessments of what the greater challenge is, whether it is, Europeans kind of failing, getting their act together, or being very successful at it, individuals might have a different assessment, but the approach, I think, has been to just not take that risk.
Right. We've taken the risk of the third option, which is inertia, the status quo, continuing. Yeah, right. Sumatra, what do you say?
Yeah, I mean, I agree with both Brian and Linda. I don't think I've got much to add on the first question. It is both. It is, both a benevolent empire and imperial power, and it wants to keep control. Do you remember reading Thomas Meany's piece? Yeah, so, I mean, he probably explained that in more verbose and eloquent way than me. But also there is one more thing to that added, is what you wrote about, unipolarity. Unipolarity is a hard drug. It is a fact. It changes the dynamic of your threat assumptions. And add 30 years to that, if you have 30 years of students going to universities and learning in a world where unipolarity is the norm, and they are talking essentially about, like, they're talking like Samantha Power. They're going to turn out to Samantha Power when they come out. It is a fact. I'm not supporting or opposed to it, but it's just what it is. Fundamentally, you have this entire class of national security bureaucracy, which is, whose entire idea is predicated on unipolarity, and that's just how they see. The second thing which Linda mentioned is absolutely true. Again, whether it's good or bad, it's not something that I'm going to answer or address, but if there is a scenario where, okay, let me put it this way. The counterintuitive idea to this one would be, if Europe takes more burden, US would be satiated. But that is not what we see happening. Every time European Union tries to do together, it's the US which, throws something on the spoke. Why? The answer, again, this is a hypothesis, is very simple. It's what Linda alluded to. Is, will the Washington, D.C. accept a single unitary power under one flag, one strategic doctrine, one army, predictably one theology, and be happy with it? I don't see that happening. I mean, regardless of how, one might feel about it, about burden shifting or burden sharing. I am a burden shifter. I wrote that paper about burden shifting. But that is partly because I also understand that the problem is not how much Europe is doing, but the problem is whether it's coming under the banner of European Union or individual states. From what we have seen so far, you could sell to American policymakers that Europe needs to do more if it's coming under the umbrella of individual states. The moment that burden is transferred to the European Union as a whole, there's panic. Whether that's good or bad is not something that I'm qualified to answer.
Panic in Europe, too. I like to go over there and tell them, you realize this
100%.
project at bottom is a state-building project. Get
Absolutely.
a little peckish when they hear that. Josh, what do you say? Is the EU going to take over Europe and unify all these countries into a monolithic state with one army? Or
So you're asking me a different question?
take that one, too.
All right. So why not turn the reins over? Is it an imperial issue? Is it a blundering issue? It's mostly imperial or mostly power-seeking, I think. There's been some blundering in recent years. The early Biden administration made some noise about encouraging a more autonomous European identity before the Russian-Ukraine war kind of put undercut that idea, which is more of a blundering approach. I think the other element here, yes, there are structural reasons, yes, there are political reasons, but the other reality here is that, look, politics is formed by power. If the U.S. security umbrella goes away vis-a-vis Europe or is reduced vis-a-vis Europe, power dynamics change. When power dynamics change, violence tends to erupt. The U.S. likes the narrative of creating a Europe whole, free, and at peace. It likes the idea, it likes the status quo in Europe. It's one of the reasons the Russian invasion of Ukraine has been so upsetting to so many of the American policy leads, because we have this notion that power applied can solve problems. Well, if you change the status quo when it comes to the presence of the U.S. in Europe, then all of a sudden there's likely to be some conflict, some confrontation, some tension along the periphery, at least in certain parts of Europe. So I think one of the reasons why not turn the reins over to the Europeans is this inveterate desire to avoid seeing violence re-erupt in Europe.
But we could have just taken the win, as you know.
We could. I am certainly of that
If we
opinion.
like the status quo so
Look,
much, we kept
let
changing the status
me be
quo.
clear about this. I'm describing what I think the policymaking establishment or policymakers are thinking about, not my assessment of the situation. Now, as to the question of whether European efforts are an opportunity or a threat, let me take policymakers to their own terms here. You can't both claim that Europe, broadly defined, is the centerpiece of the liberal international order that we are all in favor of, that we see as an American success story, and be fearful of a more autonomous Europe. Those two things do not go together. So I think it's very much an opportunity.
Yeah, great. All right, we're having some questions roll in online, but I want to be polite, particularly to Dr. Barry Posen, who I see down in the front row. We have microphones right here. Even you get a mic, Barry. Come on.
Sorry, people are being too nice to me. They'll get over that. I wonder if there's a third hypothesis here, and I'm not sure if it's distinct or not, but I remember, I was, like you folks, in my careers when all this was happening, and I remember having a kind of another hypothesis, and that was that the American foreign policy establishment was deathly afraid that if we followed, say, Harvey Sapolsky's advice, come home America and have a victory parade, that the inertia that would take over in the American body politic would make it very hard for the United States to get back involved in international politics if something went wrong. And NATO became the linchpin of a project to glue the United States abroad because, and I remember hearing this in 2003 because I lived in Brussels and I went to meetings at NATO. NATO is a good brand. Right, and if you know about branding, a lot of brands survive even after the products died because Americans knew the brand, right? So I wonder what you all think of that hypothesis, that a lot of this stemmed from a kind of a deep-seated belief that the American people, once moved, would be really hard to move back in the event that international politics changed and the United States had to go back to balancing.
This is the extreme version of the NATO not being about Europe, NATO being about us.
Yes, it's the extreme
Right,
version.
right. Josh, you're champing at the bit over there.
No, I mean, look, this is very much real. It wasn't just '03, Barry. Back in the early 90s, if you look at what policymakers were saying behind the scenes, it was very much of, if we get out of NATO, then isolationism, that was their term, not mine, will reassert itself. The U.S. will be out of the world, and therefore we're back to the 1930s again. Now, this itself is predicated on a certain understanding of how history worked. That is to say, you know, the U.S. was totally disengaged from Europe in the 1910s. It was totally disengaged, and they're up to the Second World War. And therefore, if the U.S. leaves, you know, if the U.S. leaves NATO and the isolationists retake power, you know, the Pat Buchanans of the world, then we're back to the 1930s, and we know how that turned out. So it's a reading of history based on the Reader's Digest version of history applied to branding politics.
Nobody. Everybody's passing. They're going along with Josh. Let me move to the back. There's a lady, I think, on the aisle. I can't see past the Klieg lights, right up there. There's somebody in a green shirt. There she is. She's standing. Thank you.
My name is Tamara Lawrence. I'm a PhD student from the Balsillie School of International Affairs at Wilfrid Laurier University, so I'm coming from your northern ally. But I'm wondering if you can speak to the economic interests behind NATO, because in January, when the Secretary General was in the US, he was in Alabama at the Lockheed Martin plant, you know, saying that NATO is good for the US economy. And I'm thinking at the New York Times reported the first expansion of NATO in the late 1990s, that the weapons dealer saw it as a bonanza for its business. And it was Bruce Jackson of Lockheed Martin that led the US committee to expand NATO. So I'm just wondering about that. And then on the issue of assumptions, I would like to applaud the Cato Institute for a very prescient book that you published in 1998 called NATO Enlargement, Illusions and Reality. I brought it from Canada. It's well earmarked. The cover is falling off. But the very first paragraph says, you know, NATO is a dubious idea, and it's going to lead to dangerous divisions in Europe, and it's going to lead to very serious security implications for the United States, exactly what we've seen played out. So I would like to say kudos to the Cato Institute and Ted Galen Carpenter and all of the contributors to this volume. Thank you.
Did you mean to call on the plant?
Yeah, I'll pay her after.
Okay, good.
Thank you.
So Linda should jump in on the economics of this as well, but I think the economic piece of this, it looms large, right? We hear policy discussions talk about the economic issue in two different ways. One is these, you know, the defense industrial base issue, that if you have these countries in NATO, they need to be interoperable. That encourages these states to buy American kit, and therefore it's good for the U.S. defense industrial base. The second aspect is the kind of traditional high-end technology, trade, financial flows, that if you have NATO, you have the ability to build trade networks, so on and so forth. I think it is true that one of the reasons for expanding, one of the side products, excuse me, of expanding NATO has been that the U.S. defense industrial base can sell more kit to the Central and Eastern Europeans. But there's something of a paradox here, right? Because if the argument is, hey, look, NATO helps promote security on the continent of Europe, that also means the demand for American hardware, military hardware, goes down. So in a very odd way, you know, yes, you expand the alliance, Poland buys F-16s, but wouldn't they have to buy more F-16s to head in security? I mean, there's kind of a perverse argument there. The second issue is on the trade and economic flows piece, and then I'll just say, look, even any number of times you hear the argument that if the U.S. didn't have NATO, you wouldn't have as much trade with the continent of Europe. I just don't think the history supports that. The moments when the U.S. Economy was tied most, when U.S. trade and economic flows with the continent of Europe increased most dramatically, were actually in the 1910s, the 1930s. It's when insecurity in Europe goes up. That's partly because Europeans looking for returns on their investments flock to the U.S. It's partly because orders for U.S. goods and services go up when there's a war going on. So again, this is not an ode to insecurity as an economic issue. It could easily be read this way. What's bad for the world is good for the United States economy. That's not my argument. But just when you hear the argument that if you didn't have NATO, you wouldn't have trade with Europe, that's just, you should be asking some serious questions about this.
Linda, do you want to jump
Yeah,
in?
perhaps just kind of as a follow-up on mostly on the defense industrial base. So I do think indeed, I don't know if I would call it like a cause or if it's a secondary effect. I'm going to kind of refrain on taking a position on that because I would have to look more deeply into how like the different causes relate to one another. But I definitely think that, of course, by virtue of its alliance, the United States, as I mentioned, defense companies have access to European markets. And I do think on some variation of what Josh was saying that especially since the end of the Cold War, the prices of this high-end kind of weapon systems have really increased. And so economies of scale have become very important just to kind of push down the price per unit. And so overseas markets, export markets have become really increasingly important from a defense industrial point of view. And to that sense, it is true that the United States, by being able to like export to European countries, not only improves its own economies of scale, but also kind of disadvantages European competitors, which are also competitors elsewhere in the world. So I do think that there's a defense industrial element to this, but I would refrain from kind of seeing this as a direct relationship where the US defense industrial base is some sort of a monolith that can fully kind of capture the government, because we do also see that there are certain instances in which the US government has kind of export restrictions and wants to kind of control certain technological know-how and technological components, also in the case of the F-35. And because of these protections, then also kind of, if you will, frees up the rest of the world market for competitors. And because of these protections, US companies, because they're not allowed to kind of export these technologies, they also kind of incur some losses. So I think that there's definitely a defense industrial element to this, but I would refrain from really seeing it as a monolith. And it's a bit more kind of on a case-by-case basis where some of these players definitely win, but not all of them all the time, precisely because there are some limitations as to what the United States is willing to share, even with its allies, quite frankly, when it comes to really these high-end, very advanced technological features of some of these systems.
Brian, did you want to jump in on this? Or?
Just, I mean, I agree with much of what's been said. I don't have a ton to add. I think the one thing I would say is that, this sort of idea of NATO as a sort of mechanism of kind of helping the U.S. defense industry, kind of benefiting the U.S. defense industrial base, it works all right in peacetime when the defense industrial base isn't strained, but it's a harder sell in wartime, right? Where you're now seeing real strains on the U.S. defense industrial base, particularly when it comes to shipbuilding, and with so many, Ukraine, Israel, Taiwan, kind of all making, and others as well, making competing demands on the U.S. defense industrial base, it's a bit of a harder sell, and let alone if the U.S. is involved in war as a belligerent itself.
As the Cato Institute guy, I just want to up the Marxist quotient that's going on here and say that it's not just that American defense contractors like NATO because of the domestic economic benefit in the United States, but if you were building a Polish military from the ground up, you would have something that looks very different than the structure of the Polish military as it exists today. You have a bunch of F-35s, many of which are still to be delivered, rammed in a really awkward and lumpy way into the distribution of overall expenditure that Poland makes on defense. Now, you might ask yourself, why is that? And the reason is because getting into the F-35 program keeps the Americans happy. And what does keeping the Americans happy do? It keeps their attention focused on the need to provide security in that particular country. So I think that there's a diabolical aspect to this in the sense that again, if you had a marginal euro to spend in country X, it isn't always being spent well because it's not being spent narrowly for defense. It's being spent for defense, a big part of which is keeping Uncle Sam happy. So that's part of it. The green shirt who was blocked for the lady behind him. Yes, right there.
Thank you very much. I want to make a statement. I'm glad you all stick with what you're saying. NATO has no business operating in Africa. Next time you do like what you did in Libya, you will see what will happen to all the NATO membership.
Got it. Thank you.
Good.
We will go to Tyler Koteski from Concerned Veterans for America. He asks, if U.S. policymakers do end up drawing down from Europe in order to shift burdens to European allies, how rapid a process should, or I will fudge it and change it to could, this transition be? Josh Shifrinson, this is your department. And Sumatra.
I think we're done now, right? Look, to answer the question of how rapidly the U.S. could or should draw down depends on what your theory of what the post-conflict environment, what the post-drawdown environment looked like. I think many policymakers are deeply concerned that if the U.S. draws down heavily in Europe, then A, Russia will take advantage of a window of opportunity. B, the Europeans will fail to build up in time. I think Linda alluded to this, of the failures of European cooperation. And C, somehow there will be internecine competition amongst the remaining states that will go all sorts of wacky places. So that implies a long drawdown window. But of course, the longer the drawdown window, and the more the fact that the more policymakers believe these things, the more leverage the European states have to massage the U.S., to manipulate the U.S. policymaking establishment. This is part of the reason why we didn't leave Europe, part of the reason, not a huge reason, but part of the reason why the early Cold War efforts to leave Europe didn't go as far as they could have. So while I think there are legitimate reasons to take seriously the idea that it should be a medium to long-term drawdown, I think a shorter to quicker, to medium term, short to medium term drawdown is better. Rip the Band-Aid off, tie your hands, say you're crossing the Rubicon, and away you go.
Burn the ships. Sumatra.
Yes, I agree. If the longer it goes, the chances that it's never going to happen. If you see the history of the withdrawal from Afghanistan, like the slow rolling from the bureaucracy would just, they're just going to keep slowing it down. As to it depends on what the drawdown is. If the posture that still keeps U.S. tied to Europe, getting out of Europe, what does that even mean? Like, if it's a retrenchment, like coming out of the treaty, going to the Congress, never going to happen. Troop movements are, though, executive privilege. So if you have to shift the balance, that's easily done. That doesn't need to, you don't need to go to the Congress to come out of the treaty of NATO and then, shift the entire thing. You can, what are the three things off the top of my head that you can think of that you need to do? One, move the troops out, simple. Two, stop the exercises that's happening, because those are tied up with the logistics. And three, figure out a way about the individual treaties with the countries that you have about the assets that's there. So these are the three things that you have to keep in mind. It's doable within 2 years' time. If you can prudently plan, it could be done in one administration. Whether that's going to happen is a different question.
Finding the people to
execute such a plan. Sure. Thanks, Project 2025. I mean, obviously. But couple of things, though. I don't think there's going to be any drawdown when it comes to like nuclear umbrella or like a bases in Germany or Turkey and those kind of things. So that is out of question. The recent troop enlargement that happened under Biden was, it changed from 56,000 to 100,000 now. That could change within 1 year because that is not even tied to exercises with the Baltics or the Baltops or all that kind of stuff. So if you think of a window for a very short drawdown, it could be done in 1 year's time, medium to long term, 2 to 3 years. Longer than that, I don't think it's going to happen. So I'm pessimistic about it.
Maybe.
Let's argue. Argue, please.
I think I have a slightly different view on this issue, in the sense that I do think that if the United States were to choose that it is in its interest to kind of really significantly reduce its security role in Europe, I think it would be of interest to both sides of the Atlantic if that were to happen in somewhat of an orderly fashion. And I mean that very often we kind of present this as a dichotomy, like either the US is in or out. But I think that if the United States were to really embrace and really support European cooperation and really kind of help, perhaps in a way coordinate that would probably, but that actually might be the way to kind of do this in the most orderly manner, where you do have the United States being kind of somewhat in a coordinating role, but in order to kind of step by step, I realize that's not necessarily what you were alluding to, kind of make this in a more orderly and a more sustainable manner, rather than indeed if you rip the bandage off, there is, I do think, this real risk of, there are like important kind of collective action problems that come into play.
Brian, did you want in on this? Or?
Yeah, I don't have a ton to add. I guess the one thing I'll say is that a truly graceful exit is often quite difficult for reasons of sequencing and conditionality, right? The reason being that if your partner state believes that your withdrawal is conditional on their behavior, that creates an incentive problem, right? They're going to drag their feet so that you don't leave, and so the question becomes, kind of, you can approach it in two ways, right? You can rip the Band-Aid off, or you can kind of do it gradually, but make it very clear that the withdrawals are coming no matter what, to avoid that incentive problem. Again, that's hard to do for the reasons that have already been discussed. And so then the question becomes, how bad is a graceless exit really? And on that, it largely depends on your assumptions about the adversary's intentions and abilities, right? And how likely is it there would be a breakthrough in Ukraine, for example? And on that, I will politely punt.
Yeah. Yeah, I was thinking, as I was thinking through this, I was like, man, if I were advising European governments, I would be like, don't do anything. Whatever the Americans say, you need to do this, and then we'll remove that. I would just be like, sorry, we can't do anything. Learned helplessness, right, is a phrase that jumps to mind. We have right there in the white shirt.
Thank you. This has been very interesting. In terms of talking about expansionism, what I've heard at a lot of forums is this outreach to now including Japan as a partner, and thereupon the other Five Eyes countries in the Indo-Pacific region, including South Korea, Australia. What do you think that sort of initiative signals with regard to the very nature of NATO? And it seems to be as though there's a policy default to where, we want this global NATO to step in instead of the UN due to the weaknesses of the UN. So just wondering about your thoughts in that regard. Thank you.
Josh, is Japan in the North Atlantic? Can you help us with my geography? Ain't no better than my English.
Ain't no good there, right? Look, there have been efforts to make NATO relevant to the security challenges of the era, which are primarily in the Indo-Pacific if you're the United States. And many of the European allies have been willing to at least engage in some window dressing along with this. So a German frigate goes to the Indo-Pacific. We talk about including Japan in these conversations. There's efforts to include Australia in some of these conversations. The problem is, as Justin alluded to, the North Atlantic is an awfully far away from the Northern Pacific. And there are structural reasons, Brian alluded to the importance of geography for getting a common allied threat perception together in terms of generating cooperation. Yes, you can include Japan, Korea, Australia as partners of the alliance. You can have them involved in NATO conversations. You can have NATO involved in Pacific conversations. But when the rubber meets the road, there's very real limits because of divergent interests in terms of what these different states are going to do with each other. And so what you also hear lurking behind the scenes is not the whole, NATO has an important role to play in the Indo-Pacific, though some people certainly say that, but much more, look, if the U.S. and other countries are really worried about China in the Indo-Pacific region, Japan's really worried about the Indo-Pacific for its own national interests, then NATO is going to have to play a bigger role sans the United States in terms of managing European security. And yeah, the U.S. may want to use NATO to shape the economic security piece of this, the economic statecraft piece of the equation, but gradually there's going to be a shift in U.S. priorities, and therefore, for all the conversation about NATO vis-a-vis the Indo-Pacific, it's just not going to go very far.
Anybody have, on this side of the panel, thoughts on NATO in Asia?
Yeah, I think that this kind of conversation as to where the mandates of, or where the limits of NATO's mandate lie, it's actually something that we already saw during the Cold War, where there were various initiatives by, and at that time it was mostly the European allies actually, to encourage NATO to kind of join them in some of their activities that they were doing in Asia and Africa. And so these are actually discussions that we've seen before, where countries have tried to make the case that, well, their global interests and the interests of the alliance were very kind of well aligned. So this is kind of a recurring debate, and I think that what we're seeing now with kind of the China question is somewhat of the latest version of that debate, which just goes also, I think, back to kind of a broader question of, again, what precisely NATO is defending. And there's the view of NATO as very kind of more of a narrow military alliance focused on the territorial defense, but there are also people who are of the view who see this much more broadly, again, as kind of this key pillar of a rules-based international order. So a lot of it also has to do with what you think NATO is or should be defending. And perhaps to add a little bit on the conversation about NATO and the Indo-Pacific partners, or NATO going to Asia or not, it seems to me that there's a variety of proposals that are being kind of floated in that area, but it seems to me that from conversation with NATO officials, that the kind of approach that NATO for now, and I'm not necessarily endorsing or criticizing this approach, but the approach that NATO for now is adopting is one in which it is not so much about NATO going to the Indo-Pacific, but rather certain countries in the Indo-Pacific region, most notably China, also kind of being relevant for security situations in Europe. A key example might be the fact that certain Chinese companies own a lot of infrastructure in Europe. And so what does that mean for your military mobility in terms of a conflict? So that's a very kind of different way, I think, about thinking about China in a NATO setting. So I think that this conversation has so far been rather blurry. And it's not very clear where this is going, but it's not necessarily about NATO going to the Indo-Pacific. I think that's not the plan in the immediate term, but of course that might change. But a lot of this is really kind of very much in parallel with what we've seen in the past. And in the past, usually this hasn't worked out, because usually the allies have actually pushed back against that. And I think especially given the current kind of increased kind of Russia threat that is very much felt in various kind of parts of Europe, I personally don't really think that this is the direction that it is going to go in the immediate future.
Brian or Sumatra, the Vietnam War was not a great period for NATO unity. Thoughts on?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard for me to imagine NATO as a military alliance playing much of a role in Indo-Pacific conflict, or vice versa, right? Any of the United States Indo-Pacific partners playing a role in any sort of European contingency. It's not to say that there aren't relevant linkages, right? China's alignment with Russia is certainly of interest to both partners in the Indo-Pacific and also to NATO, but again, those are challenges that are, I think, likely to be addressed through economic statecraft, through non-military means. It's hard for me to imagine NATO playing a strictly speaking military role in the Indo-Pacific, and I don't know if that's even what the intention is.
Sumatra, you went in on this?
Yeah, I mean, I just want to echo what Brian said. It's not the intention of NATO. I mean, look, states are the primary actors, right? So if you see it that way, why do you think Germany would be interested in sending one frigate in South China Sea? It's not, they're not going to change the balance of power in Asia. They're not going to do that. The fundamental intention is to keep US tied to NATO. That's one. Second, when you see smaller states, there is one, the chain ganging action is in place. So, they want to chain gang them to their petty rivalries. But even other than that, when that fails, one of the reasons why an institution is expanding, I know I'm not being a good realist on this one, but I'm focusing so much on bureaucracy, is because if you increase an institution, whose power decreases? The hegemons. The simple reason why Lithuania would want to expand an alliance is not because Lithuania wants to feel more secure within NATO, is because the hegemonic interest is going to decline in size. You know, the national interest of the US would be more diluted, so to speak. So part of the reason why you see so much talks about NATO expanding to Quad, NATO expanding to AUKUS, having AUKUS plus plus, AUKUS plus plus plus, is the simple reason because small states want to curtail the national interest of the hegemon. And that is, it's a different question altogether, whether that's prudent in America's interest or not.
I haven't gone up here. There we go. There's somebody on the other side. I feel like we should distribute from Europe to the Indo-Pacific over here, left to right for me.
Burden shift.
Burden shift, that's right. We got a mic coming over there. We got to climb over the cameras. There we go.
Yes, thank you. Jeff Larson, I'm currently a research professor at the Naval Postgraduate School in Monterey, former NATO official. And I just wanted to address a couple of issues here. One, in the mid-1990s, I wrote a couple of articles in a chapter opposing enlargement of the alliance. I agreed with a lot of your positions on that. But when I was in NATO, I arrived about the time of the Maidan Revolution and in 2013, and watched what was happening, and I was encouraged that we had additional members and new member states who were willing to stand up to Russia and imperial moves and misbehavior. But now I'm wondering, is that a result of the action-reaction process of their opposition to enlargement in the first place? So I'm kind of going back to where I used to think. Just ask for your response on that. Secondly, Josh's point about Poland, I think the reason Poland is buying F-35s is not just because they want to please the United States. Poland's made it very clear they want to be a major power. They would like their own nuclear weapons or to be involved in the DCA mission of NATO. The F-35 is the future of that mission, and so that gives them that possibility of doing that. And third, regarding the Asia Pacific, I just want to remind you that Great Britain came out with its new strategy a couple of years ago, and they're calling for a return to being a global power. They're beginning to send the occasional warship to the Pacific. And Europe is as close to Chinese and North Korean missiles as is North America. So there are reasons for them to maybe consider the challenges from that part of the world. So, thank you.
Sumatra, I know you went in on the global Britain stuff.
That's right. I think that's great. It's the country that was once known as Great Britain. Look.
My Irish heart warm.
Playing it to the gallery. The simple answer to your question is Britain would want to state that it wants to be a global Britain and send like an aircraft carrier, which is, by the way, with American escorts and American frigates and American planes, and even trained by American pilots. They do have some territorial interests. So does France, because they are both. Technically, the sun still doesn't set on the British Empire, although they don't really talk about that. But that is, again, that is not the reason why they would want to patrol the Asia-Pacific region. I mean, one of the ways, if Britain really wants to help the US, the easy way to do that is to take care of the Denmark Strait rather than to go to South China Sea. Having said that, the fundamental strategy of Britain throughout its history is very similar to what they mentioned in Yes Minister. It's to have a disunited Europe. That's primary, one of the basic strategies of the UK had been throughout history to have a disunited Europe. And in order to do that, since they've lost the empire and can't do that on their own, it's to have the United States as a power maximizer. So which country in the US, in the European Union is the most hawkish about Ukraine? It's UK. Poland and the Baltics, yes, but not Germany, not France, although you can't really trust it depends on the day. But basically it's the UK. Why? Because it's the only way that Europe would still be disunited, the United States would still be tied to the continent. So anytime you talk about a British grand strategy, you have to understand that that's coming from the point of view that they are seeing the US as an extension of their own power maximizing role in Europe and to Asia. They do have strategic interests in Asia Pacific, so does France. They have island chains, which are still technically British territory. But those are not the reasons. They are not really under threat. I mean, think of it the other way. Like, if you see China as a hegemonic challenge in Asia, what tabletop simulation can we see where China acts like Imperial Japan in 1941? They go to war in Taiwan, what then? Are they going to invade the Polynesian, Micronesian islands? Are they going to go to Australia? Are they going to go to Japan? They're going to have war with Philippines and Vietnam at the same time? Going to invade India? I don't see that happening. So if you don't see that happening, then why would you go and have your only 2 aircraft carrier and send it to the Polynesian islands without American escorts? Which, by the way, if there is a war with China, would be sunk on the first hour. So it doesn't make any sense. So when you're reading those kind of strategic doctrines, I take it with a grain of salt.
Do you want in on the sort of action-reaction cycle expanding, and then you do, it looks like.
Do I want in, or do I feel obliged to do that? Those are different, but I'll tackle it anyway. Jeff, thanks for those questions, and it's good to see you again. So I'll make 2 points on the opposition to Russia. I think the states that have, in Central and Eastern Europe, that joined NATO after the Cold War, that have been most forward-leaning in their opposition to Russia, which Poland, the Baltic states, and a few others really stand out. For geographic and self-interested reasons, they were going to oppose Russia almost no matter what, whether they were in NATO or not. So this is an artifact of geography, not the institution, I think, of NATO. There's also another aspect to this, which isn't often said in polite company, but I'm not polite and I'm not in company, so I'll say it anyway. It's also not clear to me, at least analytically, that the U.S., meaning the U.S. specifically, would actually pay as much attention to the Russian invasion of Ukraine if it had not been for NATO. That is to say, if you don't have a NATO that's in Central and Eastern Europe, it's not obvious to me, and certainly not a NATO that hasn't had the Bucharest Summit Declaration. It's not obvious to me that the Russian invasion of Ukraine, even had it happened, which is an open question, obviously, but even had the Russian invasion happened, it's not clear to me that the U.S. would feel as viscerally engaged. In that hypothetical scenario I'm getting at, Russia's far away. It's not we don't have allies that are near Russia, so the sense that NATO itself would be imperiled isn't all that far. And just looking around the world, the record of the U.S. paying attention to even really nasty interstate conflicts when we don't have alliances nearby, or at least aren't physically nearby, isn't all that great. So I think there's a plausible argument to be made that the Eastern European reaction to Russia was hard-baked, and that in some ways the response to Russian imperialism wouldn't be a U.S.-centric approach had it not been for NATO.
Anybody want in on either of those? No? I'll just say, it's certainly true. I didn't mean to imply that the singular reason that the Poles would want F-35s is to keep the Americans happy, although I think it's a big part of the story. Their aspirations to act as custodians of American nuclear weapons no doubt played a role as well, and it's sort of multi-determined. And on the action, reaction, expansion, et cetera, cycle, I will just say that one almost automatic, always consistent attributes of NATO and of alliance politics generally is, if you're on the front line, you want the front line to go further so that you're no longer on the front line. And I think that's been a constant, totally understandable dynamic inside NATO. You don't want to be a buffer state in international politics. With that, I think we'll put a fork in this panel. We are done until 3 o'clock sharp, so please come back here. There are restrooms pretty much everywhere, out that way, downstairs, and upstairs. Thank you for your attendance, and we'll see you in 15 or so minutes. Thank you to the panel. Appreciate it. Brian, thanks so much. Appreciate you.
Hold on a minute.
We're getting ready for panel 2, how to rebalance the transatlantic relationship. I would just ask that speakers turn off their cell phones. And just as a friendly reminder, we'll be taking questions from both online and the in-person audience. Online audiences may join the conversation and submit questions directly on the event webpage via Facebook, YouTube, and on X, formerly known as Twitter, using the hashtag #CatoFP. I would just ask that everyone speak clearly and directly into their microphone so everyone in the auditorium can hear the question, as well as the panelists to speak clearly so everyone can hear their remarks. And when you ask a question, please just announce your name and affiliation. I'll repeat this when we get started. But we have a really exciting second panel, excuse me. The panelists have changed the order on me, so I'm going to improvise on the fly. We'll lead off with Dr. Barry Posen, who is the Ford International Professor of Political Science at MIT and Director Emeritus of the MIT Security Studies Program, where I was educated and vaguely traumatized for many years. He is an expert in American grand strategy, national security policy, and force structure. Barry received his MA and PhD from the University of California at Berkeley. He is the author most recently of Restraint, a New Foundation for U.S. Grand Strategy. Further back, Inadvertent Escalation, Conventional War and Nuclear Risks, and of course the seminal The Sources of Military Doctrine. We'll follow that up with Dr. Jennifer Cavanaugh, who is a Senior Fellow and Director of Military Analysis at Defense Priorities, newly inaugurated in that position. Congratulations. She is also an Adjunct Professor of the Security Studies Program at Georgetown University. She received her PhD and MA from the University of Michigan and is an expert in U.S. military strategy, force structure, defense budgeting, and military interventions. Her work has appeared in Foreign Affairs, the New York Times, Journal of Conflict Resolution, the Washington Quarterly, and many other venues. We'll then turn to Justin Logan, who is the Director of Defense and Foreign Policy Studies here at the Cato Institute, as well as the host for today's event, so throw him the hard questions. He is an expert on U.S. grand strategy, international relations theory, and American foreign policy. His current work focuses on the U.S. failures at burden sharing in NATO, the shifting balance of power in Asia, and the limited relevance of the Middle East, and I would add Europe, to U.S. national security. His articles have appeared in International Security, Foreign Affairs, the Journal of Strategic Studies Quarterly, and other venues. Finally, we'll wrap up with Dr. Mark Trachtenberg, who is a Professor Emeritus of Political Science at the University of California, Los Angeles. I imagine he and Barry will have a UCLA-UC Berkeley conversation. Trachtenberg received his BA, his MA, and his PhD from the UC Berkeley. He is an expert in national security strategy, diplomatic history, and international relations. And he is the author of A Constructed Peace, The Making of the European Settlement, and The Cold War and After, History, Theory, and the Logic of International Politics. Speakers have about 10 to 15 minutes to speak, broadly speaking, though I'll play traffic cop as need be. And we'll lead off with Barry. So Barry, the floor is yours.
Thank you. So I will move from, I suppose, the more prosaic to the less prosaic as the panel proceeds. I'm going to be somewhat prosaic. I'm known as a person who believes that the U.S. national security policy should be more restrained. And one element of that is that richer and more capable allies should take more responsibility for their own defense. Europe is an obvious place to start because the Europeans have the resources to address their most plausible threat, which I think we can all agree is Russia. Now, if you want to follow this line of policy, there's two ways one could proceed, and I'm sure critics would say that one is radical and the other is even more radical. The more radical one would be for the United States to choose a policy more like the policy the French chose under Charles de Gaulle and simply exit the military part of the alliance, hand the keys to that beautiful building that Donald Trump hates so much to the Europeans, and acknowledge that our connection with Europe is a political one, and the alliance would operate more like traditional alliances. And if something bad happened, we would have a conversation about it, and we would decide what we were going to commit. And of course, this would put virtually all of the burden for preparation for any initial problem on the Europeans. That's the most radical proposal. The somewhat less radical proposal, which I think is probably getting a bit more traction because it falls within the kind of burden sharing discussion that we've had in the past, but it really is more like burden shifting, is is the one that I think I'm going to talk a little bit more about today. And that is that the Europeans would simply do a lot more in the alliance because they can do a lot more. They have the material resources, both in terms of, what you might call the strategic level, which is, their economy and their populations relative to Russia. And for the most part, and most is a complicated term here, but let's say 60, 70%, for the most part, they have the military resources in place. They've spent most of the money that needs to be spent. You're not going to hear that in other places, but I think it's true. To allow them to take on a bigger share of the burden. And the share of the burden that I'm going to propose here is that Europeans be responsible for essentially the frontline conventional defense of the alliance against ground and air attack, right? And I think the evidence would suggest, and I'll tell you why I think it does, that they have the combat power to do that. It doesn't mean they have all the ingredients in place or they have all the spare parts they need or all the ammunition. That's the kind of stuff that tends to get, sort of overlooked sometimes in defense budgeting in the favor of the high-ticket items that are the ones that make the papers and employ a lot of people. But aside from that, I think in terms of the big pieces, they have what it takes. So let me just walk through the factoids that support this argument. The pre-Brexit GDP of the European Union, which excludes NATO members, Canada, Norway, Turkey, but included the UK, was about $16 trillion compared with Russia's at about $1.7 trillion at market exchange rates. This is a huge resource disparity. You can play games with so-called purchasing power parity, but it only changes things a bit. The European Union in 22 had about $21 trillion. UK would add 3, and Russia had about 4. So even at purchasing power parity, which values the things that an economy does internally to feed itself at its own local prices, even that still makes the Europeans look materially quite superior. And the pre-Brexit population of the European Union was about 500 million. Russia's at about 145 million. It's a much bigger people base, popular base to draw on. And we've seen in the war in Ukraine that a 3-to-1 people advantage matters in the ugly world of attrition warfare, which is not one we wish to see, but it's the one we fear and wish to deter. Depending on, who's, doing the bragging, at this point, more of the Europeans than not probably spend 2% of GDP on defense. Several countries are still disappointing, Spain and Italy. They would add a lot if they basically just tried to meet this level, but we should remember the Americans are spending about 3.4% of GDP on defense. So given that Europe is a wealthy place, I don't think it's crazy to suggest that they could dig a little deeper, reach a little higher. Now, again, in terms of military inputs, you get down to what's, the rubber meets the road, excluding the US and Canada, and we'll exclude Turkey just because relations aren't good. NATO Europe probably has, with the new members, maybe 1.6 million people in uniform. Before the invasion of Ukraine, the Russians had about 1.4 million in uniform, but 500,000 of those were in police uniforms, paramilitary police, but police. Some of those were used in the Ukraine war. They did not fare well. So it was about 900,000 in the active forces. But even if you're charitable to the Russians before this war occurred, the people ratio is about 1 to 1. So you can see off the bat that you're spending a lot more per person in NATO. The Stockholm International Peace Research Institute assessed that Russia spent about $110 billion on defense in 2023, which was after they mobilized. The non-US NATO members spent about $420 billion. So you're outspending them by almost 4 to 1 at market rates. Germany and French defense spending, so if you're worried about cooperation, here's two who could cooperate, talk about cooperating, occasionally do cooperate. They add to about $130 billion. So that's already competitive with Russia in terms of resource inputs, although they don't have the same personnel. And you can again play the purchasing power parity game, which a lot of defense economists like to play because it tends to raise the apparent resource commitments of our somewhat poorer adversaries. But even if you do that, according to The Economist, the European Union outspends the Russians by about 2 to 1. So you can slice and dice this a million ways, right? But Europe has a whole lot more industrial, economic, demographic potential. And if you look at sort of raw military inputs, they're either in the same ballpark on personnel or allocating more resources in dollars. And, you've got to say that it takes, even crediting Europe with all kinds of inefficiencies in defense spending and everything else, you've got to really be heroically incompetent to wash out a spending advantage of at least 2 and maybe 4 to 1. You've got to be heroically incompetent to assume that happened, especially when you think that you're on the strategic defense. And in general, strategic, operational, tactical defense, depending on who you believe, is somewhat easier. I can talk about it. I think it's getting easier than offense, right? Getting easier and easier than offense. And, although we heard a lot this morning about, the European Defense Industrial Base, I can't remember what my source was for this, but I think almost any source you would look at would show you that like 4 of the world's 16 top defense contractors are European. And look at what they build. The French build a stealth fighter. The Germans build one of the top 3 tanks in the world. France builds nuclear attack submarines, as does the British. They build ballistic missile submarines. They build ballistic missiles. They build satellites, electronic intelligence satellites, overhead optical satellites. I mean, it's not like there's no capacity there. There's a lot of capacity there, and it's busy building weapons and not only selling them within Europe, but selling them elsewhere. So again, the material capacities are there. And lest we over-exaggerate the Russian superiority, we know just from reading the newspapers that the Russians are combing the world and recruiting black marketeers at high prices to buy the inputs they need to build somewhat modern military equipment. Well, that doesn't suggest that Europe isn't competitive, right? And the same was true of the Russian satellites. The Russians were putting up a lot of birds in the last 3 years, but a lot of the inputs were stuff that they imported from other places. Could be an intelligence problem for them as well, because it would be a rare intelligence agency that resisted the temptation to tinker with those components, right? So material resources and military inputs tell us what they could do, and indeed what the Europeans ought to be able to do already. But, if you play the defense planning game, which very occasionally I try and simulate, we like to know a little something about what they need to do and how much more they might need to close any obvious gaps. And there's a technique that I was taught to call campaign analysis by my predecessor at MIT. I think it's a term of art that a lot of people use, that militaries and contractors and other such people use to try and assess the likely course of campaigns of interest before those campaigns happen. Militaries, of course, have done this for years by using war games, either simple ones or complicated ones. So without going into too much detail, I got into a little argument with the IISS about campaign analysis in Central Europe and what it suggests about Europe's capacity to go it alone. And the ISS did a piece which I thought was a constructive piece, a useful piece, and for the most part a piece that you could track what it was they had done, right? It wasn't impossible to figure out their method, right? But they came to the conclusion that Europe was in woeful shape. And if you look at the shortfalls they identified in terms of fighter squadrons and armored brigades and everything else, and the assumptions they made, Europe was basically short one 1990 Federal Republic of Germany, right? That's what they needed, right? And just to give you an idea, the 1990 Federal Republic of Germany could easily put 40 or 50 armored brigades into the field with 4,000 to 5,000 main battle tanks, had an air force of about 500 aircraft, could put 1 million soldiers in the field in 96 hours if you counted active territorial army reservists. It was a big force, as was discussed this morning. Today's force is a shadow of that. But this is what the ISS ended up saying that the alliance needed. And of course, if you look deeply into the analysis, what you discovered was the analysis was not specifically about the problem of defense. The analysis was about the problem of recovering from catastrophic failure in short order, right? So basically, the task they set themselves analytically was building a force that could afford, after having lost the Baltic states to Russia, lost parts of Poland to Russia, could mount an imposing counteroffensive in 90 days. And since I think, we know, and they assume the defender has the advantage, and I think Ukraine has taught us even more about that, right? This, of course, would generate a large force. So, when you're doing campaign analysis, depending on your assumptions in the scenario you choose, you can drive the outcome, right? And I had an interchange with them, so they know I can be mean. I said I sort of thought that that's what they had done. It won't come as a surprise to them that I harbor this suspicion. So I basically said, well, what if you did the same analysis in the same way, but with a slightly different set of assumptions, which is what NATO has to do is ensure that it doesn't collapse in the face of a Russian attack. And if you do an analysis based upon the way we thought about things during the Cold War, it was basically defense, only in this case the defense is really at the Polish border, because if the Russians could crack Poland and Poland collapse, then they're on the way to Germany, and Germany's the big casino, right? So, you wouldn't want that to fall to the other side. Now, this is all very kind of, political science fiction-y. You don't like to believe this kind of thing could happen, but military planning is about planning for improbable but bad contingencies. You're buying insurance against those, right? Well, when you change the problem from offense to defense, even if you use the same kinds of assumptions analytically about force ratios you require and the readiness of forces, et cetera, then NATO looks pretty capable in terms of available brigades and squadrons to defend that line. Now, that's not to say it's the only scenario, so let 1 million analyses flourish, right? As was mentioned earlier today, when we took new members into NATO, we didn't think about how to defend them. Defending the Baltics is just hellaciously hard if defending every ounce of real estate is your goal. The same is probably true of Finland, right, because of its long border, although the country is very rough. The terrain's very rough on both sides of the border. It's not easy to get big forces in there. But qualifiedly, I'll say, Finland will also turn out to be difficult when people start, paying attention to it, right? But within this framework, NATO looks pretty good on the big contingency. Now, I agree with the ISS. There's lots of anecdata about lacunae in European forces. Some of that is about command and control. A lot of it is about ammunition and parts, about readiness and training, about, we'll use the engendered term manning levels because they don't use the term peopling levels. It just sounds too weird, right? But it's just, do you have enough people for the force you want to generate? And by the way, the Russians don't typically, and that's one of the reasons you see a lot of the problems they have, right? But plus or minus, right, the force looks pretty good. Now, will it need more money to bring it up to snuff? Yes. How much? Hard to say. So what is this, tell me about, things we might do. So I wrote an article in the Bulletin of Atomic Scientists that sort of piggybacked on this analysis to get to another bit of analysis, which was, what does it cost us to be able to do all the things we want to do in Europe, to be able to do this mission, both defense and counterattack? And I came to the conclusion you could probably get rid of about half of American fighter squadrons and infantry brigades, right? And this saves a boatload of money. Using the Congressional Budget Office has a nice interactive budgeting feature, which you can play with yourself. And if you cut that much force out of the force, you save a lot of money, probably more than the CBO says, at least 100, I said 90 billion, but I think it would be more. So where can you go with this? One, I think it's in our interest to start thinking seriously about handing that basic frontal defense mission to the Europeans. I think it saves us a lot of money. I think it's something that they can do. Now, there's lots of things that we probably would continue to do and could continue to do. The nuclear deterrence mission, however magically that works, is still something that the Americans could contribute. We have a huge intelligence effort, which only some allies have privileged access to through Five Eyes. European members could have privileged access to it. I think we should, as quickly as we can, stop having an American be the Supreme Allied Commander of Europe. We should have a European be Supreme Allied Commander of Europe. And the Americans can maintain responsibility for the Atlantic defense mission, literally the Atlantic, and as well as the Norwegian littoral, up as far north as you think you want to go, which is a matter of controversy, right? At least here. So when you add it all up, there is another way to think about how we could divide the responsibilities in this alliance. And I think given the relative scarcity of resources now in the United States, we should be thinking hard about doing it. So with that,
Thank you, Barry, for that scene setter, that terrain setter, and it's obviously defense-dominant terrain. Dr. Kavanaugh, the floor is yours.
Deal with the things that he put to the side, the gaps that are responsible for the fact that what looks on paper to be a perfectly capable force ends up not looking like a perfectly capable force in reality. And that distinction is really important because it's the reason why Europe still really probably couldn't defend itself if push came to shove. So across the street, they're celebrating that all the allies, or 23 of the 32 countries, have now reached the 2% benchmark. And that's great that they've reached the 2% benchmark about 20 years after they originally committed to do it. But I'm here to tell you that that 2% benchmark is woefully insufficient. So like Barry and like some of the other panelists earlier, I advocate a burden shifting, not a burden sharing approach. And this is not a matter of equity. It's not because we need to have a fair allocation of burdens or because I think that everyone should do their fair share. It's because it's a matter of interests. The US interests no longer lie solely in Europe. It has interests elsewhere. It has scarce resources. It doesn't make sense. And is not in the best interests of anyone in the United States for the US to be underwriting European security any longer. So that's like my starting point. So Europe is not on a path to get to that point. How do I know that? Well, because they tell us constantly in not just what they say, but in what they do. So another big output from this summit, and that's been reported on for the past few weeks, is the shift from the United States leading the assistance in Ukraine to this being under a NATO umbrella. But if you actually look at what's happening, it's going under a NATO umbrella, but it's still going to be led by Americans, manned by Americans, and paid for by Americans. So the concept of Europe stepping up, again, isn't happening. Another example, NATO is currently rewriting their sort of force planning concept for what it would take to defend Europe. This effort is being led by an organization called SHAPE. It is also led and manned by Americans and paid for by Americans, and under the backbone of that plan is still American forces and American equipment. So this idea of burden shifting isn't happening. In fact, even burden sharing isn't really happening. So I want to talk a little bit about what would actually have to happen in Europe and in the United States for us to get from where we are now to something that looks a lot more like burden shifting. So let's go back to the 2% benchmark. 2% benchmark is pretty arbitrary. I tried to look into the history. I can't really find out how they came up with 2%. For some countries, 2% may be enough. For countries on Russia's border, it's probably not enough. They're already spending 3 or 4%. For countries that have been spending under 1% for 50, 60, 70 years, it's definitely not enough because they not only need to meet that 2% benchmark for today, but to fill in all the gaps in terms of the munition stockpiles and the other types of support capabilities that have been atrophying over or that they relied on the United States for. So 2% is not enough. It matters who spends what as well. Right now, the lowest spenders, the countries that are just barely over that 2% mark, are the biggest economies in Europe: Germany, France, Italy. The countries that are spending 3 or 4% are the Baltic states. They're small. It's great that they're spending 3 or 4%, but it still amounts to a very small amount of money overall. So I'm not advocating for a new % of GDP target. I think that's sort of garbage, for lack of a better term. Instead, we should be thinking about capability targets. What does Europe actually need to defend itself? So that brings me to my second point. Europe needs to spend additional resources on the right types of things. What are the right types of things? Well, I'll give you an example of what's not the right type of thing, and it came up in the previous panel. I'm going to pick on Germany again. I apologize if there are Germans in the audience. Germany, over the past 2021 to 2023, spent about $8 billion more in defense. They also spent $8 billion buying more F-35s. So the entirety of that increase went effectively to these new F-35s. F-35s are a fancy airplane. There's a lot of prestige attached to buying them. They're not really what Germany or Europe needs most. What Europe needs most are precision-guided munitions, air defense, command and control systems, air tankers, the types of support capabilities that the United States currently provides. So defining what the right things are has to be a priority for Europe. How do you do that? Well, you do it by developing a war plan, sort of what Barry talked about, figuring out what you would need, and then figuring out what the gaps are and figuring out who's going to fill them. NATO's doing that right now, but that's a plan that involves the United States. So Europe needs to develop that plan for itself. What would it take? Where are the gaps? What needs to be filled? And actually deal with those details, the ammunition, the small things that fill in the gaps, the spare parts, all those types of things. And those should be the targets. The third point I want to make is that Europe needs to spend together. They need to be coordinated. There was a little bit of talk on the previous panel about concern from the United States about there being sort of like a strategically coherent EU army. I think that's never going to happen. I don't even think that we should be concerned about that in the least. The best that we can hope for is that each country develops the capabilities to defend itself and that they coordinate enough that overall those capabilities add up to what they need to defend themselves as a whole. It's definitely true, as Barry suggested, that these countries are capable of producing submarines and fighter jets and all the high-end military equipment. But most countries have their own national champions, which means that Germany produces a great tank, but then only Germans buy it, maybe a few other countries. The French don't want to buy the German tank, they want to buy the French tank. And that has implications both for returns to scale. It makes things more expensive. It makes it harder to operate together because you have different systems that may not be compatible. So right now, Europe has dozens of types of aircraft and tanks of various types, some of which are compatible, some of which aren't. And that's a really big impediment when you actually go to fight together. And we can see that on the battlefield in Ukraine, where Ukraine is struggling because they have so many different types of equipment that it can be difficult to figure out how to use those systems together. This would also include training together and doing exercises that don't involve the United States. So they get used to doing all the logistics things that are currently on the US back, moving things, getting supplies from one place to another, moving personnel. The fourth point is that they have to spend jointly. This is similar to them spending together, but different. And here is the role for the EU. I don't see the EU as an actor that's going to unite all the countries and have sort of like a coherent strategic doctrine, but the EU can serve the role of filling in some of the gaps, things that are slipping through the cracks by member spending alone. And that would involve the EU having a bigger defense budget to be able to buy some of these capabilities that maybe no country is buying enough of, but that serve a really important purpose across all of the countries. There's a little bit of this. The EU has a small defense budget, and they've done a little bit of this over the past couple of years as they've tried to move towards, tried to support Ukraine better. And it's definitely a point that's brought up in their industrial strategy that came out earlier this year. But there's still a lot of gaps, and big players like Germany are resistant to the types of mechanisms that would be required for raising the funding. So the best way to do this would be through raising joint bonds, so issuing debt to raise the money. We know Europe can do this because they did it during COVID. That's how they funded their COVID programs. So if they're willing to do it for COVID and social spending, we should expect that they should be able to do it for defense spending as well. And then the final point is that they have to spend at home. Our European NATO allies love to buy US equipment for all the reasons that were mentioned on the previous panel, as well as because it is higher quality. The German tanks are good, but the US tanks are better. But this serves the US purpose very well. The defense contractors love it. And they're encouraged to do so. And when Europe tries to spend more at home, there's pushback from Washington on behalf of the defense contractors. But that doesn't really help Europe to become independent. They need to invest in their own defense industrial base and be able to have their own joint ventures and support themselves in terms of building military equipment. This would be good for the United States as well. It would mean some lost sales for defense contractors. I'm not crying at night about that, in part because they already make a ton of money, but in part because they can't even meet the orders that they have already. There's a huge backlog of these systems. So to me, this is a good thing. If our goal is to make sure that our allies and partners have all the equipment that they need, then having a functional and self-sufficient Europe would be great, because then we could spend our defense industrial base capacity arming our own military and arming allies in Asia and other places that want to buy US equipment but can't get it now because they're so far down in the queue. All right, so that's what Europe must do. It's tempting to lay the blame on Europe alone as being free riders or cheap riders or not carrying their share of the bargain, and certainly there's a degree of that. But it's also the case, as came up in the previous panel, that every time Europe tries to do something independent, the US gets in the way. And weapon sales is a great example. When they try to set aside money that would only go to European defense contractors, the United States gets upset. So for every move that the US makes to try to push Europe to do more, they're getting in their way as well. So there is a really important role for the United States here in getting Europe to this place where it can take on this burden. The first is, obviously, the US has to do less. Europe is never going to be incentivized to take on this burden if every time there's a problem, the US rushes in. And there was some discussion on the previous panel about what it would look like and how long it would take for Europe to do less, or for the United States to do less. I think the question of what it looks like, it hasn't been defined very well yet. The other side, the side that says the US should send more forces, has really great plans. The side that says that it should do less has a less clear vision, ranging from, take all the troops out to something in the middle. I think probably something in the middle is a more realistic goal right now. In terms of time frame, which came up in the previous panel as well, I think it's naturally going to be a longer process than people would like. I don't think a year is realistic. It took 75 years to get the amount of equipment and personnel that we have over there. It's going to take a long time to just logistically get all of that stuff back to the United States, unless we're planning to leave it like we did in Afghanistan, which is a much faster way to do it, but maybe not the best way. I think leaving it in a responsible way is important. We do have a stake in Europe's security, even if it's lower than it used to be. And we do have a stake in our relationship with our European partners. So doing it in a way that involves lots of communication, I think, is sort of the right way to go about that. The second thing the United States has to do is to leverage conditionality. US does not like to talk about conditionality. People in the Pentagon get very squeamish. But if the argument is that all of these military investments and our forward presence and our bases and our weapons are intended to give the US influence, then we can only get that influence if we're willing to put conditions on it. Unconditional aid doesn't have any value in terms of gaining policy influence. So you have to be willing to put conditions on aid. I'm not suggesting a pay-for-service model or withholding Article 5 guarantees if European allies don't step up, but there's a whole range of things the U.S. could tie to Europeans' actions. Things like U.S. participation in exercises, U.S. weapon sales, technology sharing, which is something they really want and don't always get. So there's a wide range of options here of things that the United States could tie conditionality to. The third would be to provide advisors. This was originally the role of U.S. forces in Europe, was to help the Europeans get back on their feet. So there certainly is a role for the U.S. to provide guidance. The U.S. has a lot more military planning experience and can help the Europeans to make some of these choices. But that advising should be narrow and constrained, time limited, with a clear endpoint, not sort of like an open-ended guarantee. And then finally, the United States needs to get out of the way. And I've already covered this a little bit, but the United States needs to let Europe kind of do its thing. It can't always be involved. It has to be willing to accept that by having Europe do more to take on this burden-shifting role, the U.S. will lose some weapon sales and it will lose some influence. But the United States can still be a really influential and important global player without dominating the world or underwriting every country's security architecture. There certainly is a middle ground, and in fact, having the Europeans as an capable, independent partner instead of a dependent would be a benefit to the United States in terms of the goals it wants to pursue elsewhere. And it would give not only the Europeans foreign policy autonomy, but the U.S. foreign policy autonomy. Think about all the decisions that the United States makes based on what's best for European security, when really we should be making those decisions based on what's best for U.S. security and U.S. national interests. This is a big change from the way Washington typically thinks about foreign policy, but in my view, it's a really necessary one as we try to shift from like this primacy mindset to a mindset in which we're thinking about U.S. interests first, above sort of this idea that global hegemony is always best.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Kavanaugh. Justin.
Thank you, sir. It's daunting to be on a panel with this much firepower. Very President and Jennifer Kavanaugh have dealt in great detail, I think, with some of the military questions. And I'm standing between you and Mark Trachtenberg giving a new paper, which is just a tantalizing prospect for me. So I'll try and zest things up at the outset by letting you know that the most important news coming out of Europe right now is that Spain is up 2-1 against France. So for anybody who was worried about the Euros, that's the situation. I have a bad microphone.
I think you may have a bad microphone.
Oh, boy. Here we go.
It's probably Russian hacking, don't worry.
That's right. All that clearing out of the way.
France.
That's
They
right.
don't want the
That's right.
announcement of the score.
That's right. It's 2-1 Spain. I want to focus on the politics of burden shifting from the point of view of the United States, of European states, and NATO as an institution. And hopefully that will serve as a kind of transition into the Trachtenberg paper that we have the privilege of hearing. And just to kind of signpost, one of my most strongly held political views is that inertia is an underrated force in political and social life, and that in important ways, overcoming inertia is what's causing the difficulty in terms of rebalancing the level of effort from respective states in NATO. So starting first with the United States, there was an interesting sort of provocation in a recent paper from Camille Grand, a French scholar at the European Council on Foreign Relations. And he argued that, quote, U.S. commitments abroad are likely to become more conditional, and the U.S., no matter its administration, is likely to insist that its allies bear a much larger share of the security burden in the future. Now, that's a delightful prospect for people like me. But do we think that's true, right? Joe Biden and Kamala Harris have both said that the U.S. commitment to NATO and to Article 5 is a, quote, sacred commitment. And Joe Biden, I know, is the sort of person who fancies himself as taking sacred commitments seriously. They're not sort of amended or transformed abruptly. So why couldn't Joe Biden or Kamala Harris cling to the status quo, limp along in this fashion? What would force Joe Biden or Kamala Harris to loosen their hold on this sacred commitment? We're $35 trillion in debt. We're running $1 trillion plus annual budget deficits. We have growing demands on U.S. attention and resources, both at home and abroad. So maybe Grand is right. Maybe this is an ineluctable factor that we can't dodge. But I'm not sure about that. Another provocation on the United States is that NATO has become an increasingly partisan issue, like everything has, you may have noticed. But if you look at a recent poll from Pew in April of this year, 75% of Democrats have a favorable view of NATO, whereas 43% of Republicans have a favorable view of NATO. This is an interesting development. It's new. It didn't used to be this way. It's not terribly difficult to figure out why it happened. It's quite clear, I think. Negative polarization is a thing. There was someone who just tweeted out this morning a row house in Washington, D.C. With a Black Lives Matter sign in the window and a NATO flag on the tree outside. I think things are becoming fused together in weird ways. You'll hear conservatives talk about NATO's wokeness. So this is all, I think, a weird, witchy problem here where things that should be, not to be too goo-goo about this, but kind of above that kind of drab, nasty politics are very much infused with that drab, nasty politics. So I think that's how we think about how the United States moves forward is going to have everything to do with the result. But of course, the United States is not the only actor involved here. European states play a big role. And as I think Jennifer mentioned previously, to hear the sort of effusions from down the street, there's just tremendous congratulation that European NATO states are 2/3 of the way to meeting a commitment that they first made in 2006 to spend 2% of their respective national GDPs on defense. Now, I can think of a previous American president that would have referred to that as the soft bigotry of low expectations. But that was a day gone by, so we won't call it that. But to hear these effusions down the street, you would think that European states have already transformed themselves into a military colossus capable of standing all on its own. I think at bottom, the European states like the status quo. And what you've begun to see is not a real transformation, but hedging behavior, right? Predicting what Donald Trump may do is a sucker's game. You never know. So I think that they do realize that there is a chance that the United States could fundamentally transform its relationship in the Transatlantic Alliance, but they don't look too panicked to me about it. You heard, of course, Macron's pre-Ukraine war, I think it was 2019, remark about NATO's brain death and the flirtation with strategic autonomy, some inside baseball for people who don't live and breathe this stuff every day. They trotted out this term, strategic autonomy, and immediately got rapped on the knuckles for it and stopped saying strategic autonomy because autonomy is autonomous. And we didn't think that was a good idea. Europe shouldn't be strategically autonomous. So they came up with some other mumbo-jumbo that they referred to. But Europe's preferred equilibrium turns by definition on the US policy changes or lack thereof. And were Europe to become so powerful as to satisfy the United States, the danger for Europe is that it would be clear that that would also deter Russia. So they want to keep the United States in, as Pug Ismay referred to it. But the danger of doing too much is that the United States may say, you know what, that's good enough. They may listen to Barry. And so I think the Europeans are in the thrall of this trade-off, this dilemma. Then I also want to talk about, and here I have to disavow my realist card, like Sumantra did earlier. I want to talk about NATO as an institution. Kenneth Waltz famously likened NATO to the March of Dimes. March of Dimes, noble organization, emerged for an important cause to get rid of polio in the world, terrible disease. It succeeded. But did the March of Dimes close up shop? No. Why not? Because organizations, especially big ones with strong traditions, have long lives, Waltz wrote. Create an organization and it will find something to do. So we want to think about the interests of NATO as an institution. People who work at NATO believe in the mission of NATO, however transformed that may have been over the last 75 years. They believe in it passionately and they'll defend the interests of the organization. Lessened US effort in Europe is the biggest threat to NATO and raises uncertainty which organizations detest. The transatlantic community, moreover, which views itself as non, if not anti-national, they sort of work for themselves, it's the kind of permanent bureaucracy, would fight ferociously against US troop withdrawals, which in my view are needed to precipitate this entire process. And then finally, I'm really getting far afield from realism here, socialization among elites, right? It's hard, Steve Walt's written about this, Barry Posen has written about this, Ben Friedman and I have written about this. You have 3 now going on 4 generations of foreign policy elites on both sides of the Atlantic who have been socialized to view NATO and the transatlantic relationship as being synonymous with US domination of European security affairs. There's some stickiness there that cannot transform in the blink of an eye, and it cannot transform without very precipitous US action. So the question here again is whether or not we're going to get precipitous US action to have that kind of shock value, the kind of gestalt, abrupt change. So the overall burdens are not going to shift without that effort. Other actors' interests are served by the status quo. So how could policy force this issue? Some brief provocations about which we've already heard considerably. Barry has raised, I think I first heard it from Barry Posen, the prospect of a European Supreme Allied Commander in Europe. Historically, the chief military officer in Europe has always been an American. It's never been a question, to my knowledge. This sounds like one of those wonky things that think tank dorks talk about. This, like, well, you're going to make this person not an American? This would be a huge development. The Europeans would go absolutely bananas were you to do this. So I think what sounds like a, again, kind of in the weeds, wonky development would be huge. The Europeans would fight among themselves. The French would insist that it be a Frenchman. The Poles would like it to be a Pole. Needless to say, the Brits would like it to be a Brit. That fighting might be good. It might clarify that we have crossed some Rubicon. The boats have been burned. The second thing, and here I will, in a roundabout way, endorse something that Donald Trump did, or pretended to do more accurately, was at the end of his administration in June of 2020, he pretended to remove 12,000 troops from Germany. And the plan, haphazard as you might imagine, was to send 5,000 of those troops to Poland. It wasn't clear whether or not they were going to be ensconced in a place called Fort Trump, but to bring 7,000 of those troops back home. I think that not only walking back the additional forces that President Biden sent after the Russian invasion of Ukraine would be good, but restarting that withdrawal from Germany would also be good, because in my view, Germany is really the linchpin on which this entire effort rises or falls. If you got Germany to a sustained level of effort of 2% of GDP, and the Germans spent effectively, which as Jennifer's pointed out, they have not historically, this problem looks infinitely less troubling even than Barry made it out to be. If you have Germany muddling along at exactly 2% of GDP and spending reasonably well, the Russian threat to Europe looks really, really fanciful. So that, to spur German, and if you look at German public opinion polls, surprisingly to many people, even after the vaunted Zeitenwende, which I think was mostly BS, but we can talk about that in the Q&A, there's still a plurality of Germans who would support additional increases to defense spending, or at least lie and tell pollsters that they would, which is an entirely new development among the German public. Two other things which have been mentioned here briefly as well, a change of heart on the European defense industrial base. Historically, the American proposition to the Europeans is that they should spend a lot more, buy all of our stuff, and use it in the times and places we tell them to. This is a ridiculous proposition. For reasons that we've learned out in our own country, it's quite difficult to close production lines. It's quite difficult to close bases because they are, after all, economic lifelines to many parts of our country. If you want to be really cynical about it, you can say that defense contractors have dotted various congressional districts in very strategic ways for the express purpose of making it difficult to shut production lines. Now, many of us in the United States who want to see the United States sort of step back from the world somewhat and spend a little bit less on defense think this is pathological and bad in the United States. But if you invert that problem and say that jobs in central Italy or jobs in southern Germany are being supported by defense production, they also become more difficult to close. There also becomes more political support for greater European defense spending. And I think that if we want Europe to spend more on defense, they're going to insist on many of those economic benefits falling within their own borders. So being strategic about that is important. And then finally, and this is a very Cato Institute thing, I work at the Cato Institute, so I'm allowed to say this, the United States should make clear that as far as it is concerned, NATO's open door has been closed. The future of NATO expansion is off the table. We have both presidential candidates in the United States have revealed in the clearest possible terms that they don't view the United States as having an interest in going to war with Russia over Ukraine. Additionally, that we don't have an interest in going to war with Russia over Georgia. That's a real problem if you want to make a commitment to defend, respectively, Georgia or Ukraine from Russia. To be on the record, and even in extremis, the event having happened, revealed your preferences. We didn't fight over those countries. So the notion of a pathway or a bridge or perhaps a primrose path to NATO membership for these states really does a disservice, not just to ourselves, but basically to everyone involved. But the confluence of those things, insisting on a European SACEUR, withdrawing troops from Germany, making clear that we don't view the European defense industrial base as an enemy of the United States, vice the US defense contractors, and making clear that we're not going to make defense commitments to countries like Ukraine and Georgia would go a long way toward, going back to my high school years, taking them by the lapels and ramming them into the lockers a couple times to get the point across. So with that, I think I will hand things over to Professor Trachtenberg.
Okay. Great, thank you. Mark, floor is yours. But while he gets up, I'll point out, Justin, you gave away the show. You said the European SACEUR is crossing the Rubicon, implies you want an Italian in the job.
Well, actually, let me begin by responding to one of Justin's points. It's a terrific talk. But he said, well, to my knowledge, this whole idea of a European SACEUR is totally new. Not true. Eisenhower explicitly called for a European SACEUR. In fact, he wanted a French general to serve as SACEUR. And that's part and parcel of the general policy pursued by the Eisenhower administration, which was to create a freestanding Europe. Yeah, the Americans were in Europe. It was supposed to be just temporary, while the Europeans built up their power and proved able to defend themselves, which they're perfectly capable of doing, right? No one in this country knows anything about this stuff, even though the historical materials are all out there and people look at them. People think, oh, why is America committed to Europe? Well, we signed this treaty in April 1949, and this treaty had this Article 5, which committed the United States to defend Europe. End of story. We were stuck there, for the next 75 years. Not true. We wanted to get out eventually, not right away. We would provide the umbrella for the Europeans, and then when they were able to defend themselves, we would leave. We'd have friendly relations with them, but they would defend themselves, freestanding Europe. Third great power mass in world affairs, Eisenhower said. It was only in 1961 that American policy changed. And it changed for political reasons, not because they suddenly discovered this treaty had been signed. All right, let me, because one of the big points I want to make today is that we really need to have a deeper historical understanding of how this commitment took shape, in order to grapple intelligently with these problems that we're going to be facing. And I think these issues are a lot more serious than a lot of people think. It's not just a question of, I'm looking at the title of the conference, Rebalancing the Transatlantic Alliance. It's very much an open issue whether the NATO system in its present form, with America as the protector of Europe, is going to survive. And it's not just the question of Donald Trump. It's much deeper than that. And I'll try and explain that a little bit. Anyway, Justin was saying that I just finished writing this paper called Is There Life After NATO? And my talk today is going to be an attempt to kind of present some of the key ideas in that paper. Not a hell of a lot I could do in, 12, 14 minutes, whatever amount of time I have. But I got interested in this issue in February when Donald Trump told this story at this, he told this story at this rally in South Carolina about how he'd gotten the NATO allies to spend a lot more on defense. He said he made it clear to them that if they didn't spend more, the United States wasn't going to protect them. And they could scarcely believe what they were hearing. And so one of the European leaders, he said, came up to him and said, well, sir, you mean to say that if we don't spend what we're supposed to, and Russia attacks us, you won't come to our defense? And Trump quoted himself as replying, yeah, not only is that true, but I tell the Russians that they could do whatever the hell they want with you. And you can imagine the reaction, what an outrage, this is treasonous. President Biden and Justin was alluding to this before. He says, we have this sacred commitment to the defense of the whole NATO area. We are committed to defend every inch of NATO territory, every inch, right? So I listen to this stuff and say, well, I've been studying this stuff as my main field, U.S.-European relations, for over 50 years now, and I knew that this was nonsense. It's like, Biden alluded to Article 5 of the NATO Treaty. That doesn't say that the United States is committed to use its military power to repel any act of aggression in Europe. If you look at the text of the treaty, it doesn't provide that. Military action is one action the Allies may take. It's not what the action that they have to take. And during the ratification debates in 1949, Secretary of State Atchison and other top administration officials went out of their way to emphasize the point that there is no automatic commitment, that this is not what this treaty compels us to do, that we retain essentially a free hand to decide what we want to do on our own. You see, these guys were afraid of that what had happened 30 years earlier with the defeat of the League of Nations, because the resort to force was considered too automatic. They didn't want to take any chances with the Senate turning down the treaty, so they bent over backwards to emphasize that point. And so how did it happen that the United States became committed to the defense of Europe? This is an important point. People don't understand it, but they should, because it lies at the very heart of this whole cluster of issues. As I said, first Truman, and then even more so Eisenhower in the 1950s, they wanted to help NATO build up their power. We sent over a major American force to Europe in 1951, but it was supposed to be temporary. We would protect Europe while the Europeans were coming together and developing their power. And then when they had done that, we could pull out, right? And this is this whole business of Eisenhower wanting a European SACEUR and all this sort of thing. What happened? How are the Europeans going to defend themselves without an American presence? Well, yeah, if you're going to stand up to a great nuclear power like the USSR, you obviously need nuclear weapons of your own. No problem for Eisenhower. He was in favor of arming the Europeans with nuclear weapons. In fact, helping them to build a nuclear infrastructure on their own territory. And the Europeans, the French, the Germans, and so on, wanted to go that route. Right? Eisenhower had no objections to a German nuclear force. But our movement in that direction triggered a major Soviet response, which was the Berlin crisis that began in November of 1958. Right? We know now, and more evidence has come out since I did my book on this stuff in 1999, confirming that the German nuclear issue lay at the heart of the Berlin crisis. Okay? Kennedy comes in 1961, understands this stuff. He understands that a German finger on the nuclear trigger, to use the term they used in those days, would touch at the most basic Soviet anxieties with regard to Europe. And he didn't like it even aside from that. So he wants to establish a political order with the Soviets whereby we would keep Germany non-nuclear and German power would be contained in this NATO system dominated by US power. And we would recognize the Soviet sphere of influence in Eastern Europe. And in exchange for that, they would lay off Berlin. All right? The key thing here is that why did Kennedy feel we had to stay in Europe? It was because given that you weren't going to allow Germany, West Germany in those days, to become a nuclear power, Western Europe had to be protected. Only the American presence could provide the necessary degree of protection. All right? So we were stuck there. We were stuck there not because we were an imperial power and we wanted, to throw our weight around the world. Quite the contrary. We were stuck there because there was no purely European solution to the European security problem. Once you say non-nuclear Germany, then you say U.S. is in. It's as simple as that. And by the way, the implication for us today of all of this is that you want to pull the United States out of Europe, then the other side of that coin is, so you're going to have a nuclear-armed Germany, maybe a nuclear-armed Poland as well. If these Europeans are going to protect themselves, there's no way that they could stand up to a great nuclear power like Russia without nuclear weapons of their own, right? And so that actually becomes the core of the issue. Anyway, so I was saying, I see all these claims that people make, these historical claims about the meaning of Article 5, about America's sacred commitment under Article 5 to use force to defend every inch of NATO territory. Right? And then I see these claims of, before Trump, every American president was deeply committed to NATO. Every American president took our NATO commitment as sacrosanct. Saying, it's not true. And in the paper, I rattle off a whole bunch of examples of American presidents threatening the Europeans with abandonment during the Cold War. But the point is not just to establish the historical truth as a kind of end in itself. Right? The goal is to recognize that these historical claims have political content. They serve as defenses, outer defenses for a set of political beliefs that's deeply entrenched within the U.S. establishment. And what are these beliefs? NATO is sacrosanct. It's the most important thing in the world. It's wonderful. It's kept the peace for 75 years. It's the basis of America's role in the world. America's a world power because we have this NATO alliance. NATO's great. NATO's all right. That's the real issue here. It's not just these historical issues. The question is, what are we to make of those claims? Are they valid claims, right? So I'd say, well, not everybody, not every serious analyst thinks that America's NATO policy, especially in the form it took from 1991 on, has been such a phenomenal success. And basically, a lot of people made the argument, actually from the start, that the policy the United States was pursuing in Europe was going to lead to disaster. That the policy the United States pursued on NATO issues from 1991 on led directly to the mess that we find ourselves in today with this war in Ukraine and so on. So, is that valid? And so what I did in the paper is I basically went through the story of America's policy on European issues in the post-Cold War period. We have all kinds of terrific evidence that's come out. I mean, after all, the 1990s or 1994, it's 30 years ago. All kinds of evidence has come out, and it's really interesting stuff. there was all this talk today about, oh, America is interested in spreading democracy around the world, and we're deeply committed to the cause of freedom around the world. You look at America's policy toward Russia after the Cold War, we don't, through our actions, we don't show any interest, any real interest in making sure that democracy takes root in that very, very important country. We treat Russia like this scum. And some of the evidence that's come out, you just wouldn't believe it, the way they talk about Russia. And these are, high officials saying, these people are so weak, they're pathetic, we don't have to compromise with them at all. We can do, pretty much whatever they want. You saw it first in the very early 1990s with the failure to pursue a generous economic policy to help ease the problems of the Russian transition to a market economy. But then, of course, the NATO expansion policy. NATO expansion policy. The Clinton people in the 1990s, especially Clinton's friend and one of the chief makers of his Russian policy, Strobe Talbot, he knew about the promises that Secretary of State Baker made in February 1990. Doesn't matter. We don't care. The United States is the indispensable country, we can do whatever we want. And Talbot says, oh, I know a lot of this sounds like all this talk about American exceptionalism, but we are America. We can do whatever we want. Take a look at Talbot's memoir. He quotes, he has these amazing quotes from Clinton, knowing that the effect that the U.S. policy was having on Russia. You look at these comments later made by Clinton's Secretary of Defense, saying, I tried to argue against this stuff, but everyone said, oh, they're so weak, they can't do anything, we'll just push ahead. And that attitude persisted well into the 21st century. A good example was then Vice President Biden, I think it was 2007. He gave an interview to the Wall Street Journal on his way back from showering these security guarantees on Ukraine and Georgia. And the gist of his remarks was summed up in the title of this Wall Street Journal article. Biden says weakened Russia must bend to U.S. Well, how do you expect the Russians to react? Don't you think that all this stuff had a certain impact on the deterioration of relations between Russia and the West? Don't you think it has something to do with creating the situation we have today? Don't you think that if the United States had pursued a more Russia-friendly policy, the kind of policy that people like Margaret Thatcher and Jack Matlock, our last ambassador, well, almost last ambassador to Soviet Union, called for at the time, that things would have been totally different? Well, anyway, I shouldn't just go on indefinitely. That's the view I've come to hold. That's a view I think a number of people who've thought hard about these issues have come to hold. Not a great success, the whole NATO story. This policy is in many ways bankrupt. What are we supposed to do now? How can we change it? You can't turn the clock back to where NATO was in 1991. Well, you could say, oh, no further expansion. Not quite enough, especially since the establishment still insists on the intangibility of the policy of admitting Ukraine into NATO. This is Biden insisted on it. Stoltenberg, the outgoing Secretary General of NATO. Maybe stronger medicine is necessary. Maybe the whole NATO system has to be junked, right? Maybe we should start thinking about this. Moving to the kind of world that Eisenhower had in mind, right? But what that means, of course, is that if you're going to pull America out and make the Europeans defend themselves, you're talking about a strong Germany, and that means a nuclear Germany. Maybe we should help them become a nuclear power. This whole problem, if that's the way we're going to go, we got to start thinking about how to manage this transition. You know, it can be really messed up, or it could work out fairly well. One of the points I would make about a purely European security system as opposed to one dominated by the United States is that America has a very strong single state can pursue very ambitious policies. I don't want to use the word aggressive, but policies that are not purely defensive in nature. Whereas a European Union sort of thing where policy is worked out on a cooperative basis among the main European countries, it's like a confederation is always going to pursue a more modest, status quo-oriented defensive policy than a strong centralized government. It's one of the factors to be taken into account. But my basic point is this. Well, first, it's not just a question of making this argument. This kind of thing is going to happen anyway. Justin was talking about these Pew surveys. These are really extraordinary things. I mean, everyone in this room should take a look at this stuff, because what you have is half the country, the Democrats, they are still supportive of the traditional strategy of the strong NATO commitment. However, the Republican Party has undergone this dramatic change and well antedates the rise of Trump. You know, these people used to be more hawkish, more supportive of NATO than the Democrats are now, far, far less. And what this means is these people may come to power for reasons having nothing to do with foreign policy, but if they control foreign policy, they're going to pursue a very different policy vis-a-vis NATO. You know, it's like, tell the Europeans, yeah, we're going to withdraw gradually over 4 years. Let's work out a plan for doing it. If you don't cooperate with us, we'll pull out anyway. I mean, we tend to think that radical change is utterly out of the question, but it really isn't. And how well these changes are managed is in large part a function of the seriousness of the analysis that's put into them by people like you, or by people in this room, or listening to this, or watching this on video, whatever. But all I would say is we got to start thinking about it, and the time to start thinking about this stuff is now. Okay, thank you.
Well, like the United States, I failed to keep my partners accountable to their time limits. So
As a hegemon, you leave a lot to be desired.
we knew that already. So we have about 12, 13 minutes left. So why don't we see if we have time for maybe just 2 or 3 questions from the audience taken as a quick group, and we'll do quick, rapid responses. So if there are any questions, maybe 2 or 3 burning questions.
Between two ferns.
All right.
2 cameras up there.
All right, I see a hand. I see John Gay in the back, and then I see a hand over there, and then I see a hand on this flank. So we have microphones. If we could just send them around, we'll collect the questions, do rapid fire responses.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you all for the panel. John Gay of the John Quincy Adams Society. This is really for Professor Trachtenberg in particular, since you've looked at a lot of the original negotiation of the North Atlantic Treaty. How would our negotiators have understood Article 5, like a good faith fulfillment of Article 5? What would that be? Like, what range of options would be considered? What procedures would we follow? Because I know there's also talk about respecting our constitutional order, i.e. the power of the Senate to declare war, the Congress to declare war. Thank you.
So we have one question on what does it mean to be a good faith Article 5 adheree. We have a question over there.
Yes, hello. My name is Jerry Belsky. I represent the Schiller Institute, and we're proposing something even more radical than what Professor Trachtenberg talked about. We do need a radical change, I think. But we're circulating a petition calling for a new security and development order.
Sorry, Jerry, not to speak over you, but is there a question?
Yes, all right. The question is, how about getting rid of NATO and negotiating with Russia, not just on Ukraine, but Putin has also proposed a new security order in the interest of all nations, in which essentially we would restructure the unipolar world, which is ending, into a multipolar world based on concepts like John Quincy Adams, in which we do not impose any empire, but we work out new economic and development orders, ending the threat from any country whatsoever, because we have mutual interests to protect everybody.
Why not negotiate directly and create multipolarity? Then I have one question over here, very far end. And we'll just do quick responses.
Justin had talked about how you get some shocks to get past the inertia factor. Certainly, Viktor Orban's whirlwind diplomacy the last week is extraordinarily important in that regard, going to Ukraine, going to Russia, going to China, presumably coming in here to be across the street, and wanted to see your assessment of what that can do related to the previous question in terms of building the negotiations track on a broader scale than simply Ukraine.
All right, so 10 minutes to talk about upholding alliance commitments, restructuring the world, and negotiating directly around the world. Who would like to start? Mark, you got a couple of different questions over there.
Let me just answer the first question about what did they think when they ratified the treaty that a good faith understanding of Article 5 would have called for? Well, you could actually answer this because basically they're saying we'll decide on the basis of the situation at the time, and if it's something where core American interests are involved, yeah, we'll use force, like a massive invasion of Western Germany, I think. But in terms of, there was one part of the hearings where they were asked about what if the Soviets sent 500,000 troops across the border into northern Norway? And John Forster Dulles at that time, he was the leading Republican foreign policy person already. He basically said, anyone who thinks that we should use force to try and expel them from Norway should have his head examined. So they were very sensitive to the fact that the issue should be decided in the light, A, of military realities, B, in the light of domestic political realities at home, and C, in the light of what were America's core strategic interests. Incidentally, there's a terrific book called Creating the Entangling Alliance by Timothy Ireland that deals with these issues. And Ireland's, one of his main points is that they were arguing out of both sides of their mouth with Article 5. So Article 5 suggests that we're obliged to intervene, but it doesn't commit us to intervene. And they kind of wanted to have it both ways. And he says, well, maybe this wasn't the best way of dealing with it, but they felt they had to engage in what he uses the term deception in order to get the treaty ratified.
So Justin, over to you. What about negotiating directly with other countries? What do we make of the Orban mission?
I'll take my microphone, I guess. So I get to put my realist hat back on here. How many divisions does Orban have? I mean, that's kind of not to be too reductive, but that's the real problem is that Orban, I think, is trying to strike out a different path, right, than other European countries have followed. And I mentioned negative polarization earlier. There's an awful lot of negative polarization in Europe surrounding Viktor Orban in particular. So, I mean, I think it's almost like, we had a moment in the United States where 20 years ago or thereabouts, there was a tremendous hue and cry about whether the United States should negotiate with Iran, right? But you can't talk to Iran. They're bad people. They are bad people. But it's the same thing. The idea that Orban would go talk to Zelensky, talk to Putin, talk to Xi, we just used to call that diplomacy, right? I mean, like, go back to Yalta if you like, right? I mean, so I think like it is, I guess it's useful in the sense of reminding us that diplomacy means talking to bad guys. But I don't think that Orban, the biggest, most important states in Europe have a real antipathy for the man and what he represents. So I'm pessimistic that it's going to change much.
So we have about 6 minutes left, and I'll take the chair's prerogative to toss a question to Barry and Jennifer, then we'll wrap up. So Barry, Jennifer, in your remarks, there were different assessments of how hard it will be for Europe to build up. You know, Barry's basically saying, with a little bit of foresight, a little bit of effort, they can build up and pretty much match what the U.S. might pull away. Jennifer suggesting might be a little bit more of a lead time, require a little bit more gumption. Echoing the first panel, there's also a scenario where the U.S. pulls out of Dodge and the Europeans haven't stepped up in any way, shape, or form. How bad is that? In other words, is Europe bereft? Can Europe basically preserve itself? You know, what are the risks of if the U.S. gets out of Dodge without the Europeans stepping up? Jennifer, I'll toss the grenade over to you.
So, I mean, if the United States were to completely pull out and Russia attacked, could the Europeans muddle through? Maybe. But capabilities on paper and capabilities in practice are very, very different things. And we see that, I think, with Russia's experience in Ukraine. On paper, it looked like Russia should easily conquer Ukraine with no problem at all. That was the assessment in Washington and most other major capitals of the world, as well as across most military experts that I know. The disagreement was just sort of like how long it would take, not whether it would happen. But we saw that in practice, Russia was missing a lot of the key things that they needed to make that type of operation work, especially a lot of the logistics capabilities. So they kind of outran their supply lines, and that left the forces very vulnerable. And their equipment actually wasn't as good as they thought it was, and units couldn't really work together as well as they planned, and communications got scrambled. And so I think there's just a big gap between what you have on paper and what happens in reality. And we can't actually, when we war game, we're wargaming with numbers. We're not actually seeing how things play out. This has even affected the U.S. military. Types operations like this are very, very complicated. Now, of course, this would affect both sides. Russia would have problems. Europe would have problems. So, I mean, is it catastrophic? Maybe not. Would it be good would the outcome be good? I don't know. At the very least, it's going to be really messy and probably significant losses for Europe.
Sporting. Sporting is the way to put it.
Yeah, that's one way to put it.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess I'm a lot more pessimistic than Barry, just because my experience of seeing the gap, not just in the recent cases, but throughout history, in terms of the gap between what we expect based on paper and what we see in practice is really large, and that's going to be magnified by the fact that what we're seeing on paper is actually split up across lots of different countries. Not all countries have permissions to operate across borders. Some tanks don't fit across bridges. Some of the tanks that Europe has are too heavy to fit across bridges in other countries. So there's a lot of little things that you don't actually realize until you start trying to carry out these operations that could get in the way. And I don't want to overestimate Russia's capabilities either, because we've seen that those kind of are also maybe a little bit of threat inflation going on there. But I do think Europe would struggle, but I don't think it would necessarily be insurmountable. I wouldn't, if I were Europe, I wouldn't want to just chance it. I would want to do what I can, and there's a lot that, I think it's a lot about latent capacity. They have a ton of latent capacity that's not being used effectively, and their effort could help to bridge that gap.
Barry, final word over to you.
I guess I'm not sure I understand the question. Basically, the question is the Americans leave and the Europeans go retrogressive?
Well, haven't done anything to step up, being told that the U.S. is leaving. That it's Europe today.
Well, I think the Europeans have been hedging for years. And I think it's convenient for us not to look at the way they've hedged. I guess I would want to review all that and try and figure out, with their extant force, where is the risk of catastrophic failure, right? And I think we shouldn't rush to the conclusion that relative to the Russian force, they are highly vulnerable to catastrophic failure because we just had a simulation for the last 2 years. And while I think, the Ukrainian soldier has in every way proven him or herself to be the equal of the Finns of the Winter War when it comes to killing Russians, they had a terrific amount of help from Western stuff. So ostensibly, we had no stuff, and yet when the problem emerged, we dug into the basement and we found stuff. And it wasn't just the Americans who found stuff. The Europeans found stuff. The Germans found stuff. The British found stuff. So there were surprising stocks of some kinds of munitions, but there were also unsurprising dearth of other kinds of munitions, the most obvious one being the prosaic 155 millimeter artillery shell, of which the Americans still had many and of which the Europeans did not. And it turns out it's harder to get that production back than you thought. So there's kind of a risk of catastrophic failure, but it's easy to forget that European countries have air forces, and those air forces dwarfed the air force of the Ukrainians, and those air forces had at least some munitions, many of which have become famous because Zelensky is always asking for them so that they can be fired, and they have proven to be pretty useful. So even that dearth might not have proven as catastrophic as it seems. So I'm not going to say everything would be ducky, and I'm not going to say everything would be horrible. What I'm going to say is, and I think I'm echoing what you're saying, which is it's complicated. And you should be wary of the answer that just jumps out at you.
It's complicated is a good way to summarize European security affairs. So we're going to thank the panel, but as we do so, we're going to move directly into the keynote session with Representative Warren Davidson of Ohio. But first, join me in thanking the panel, who have done a terrific job. Thank you.
Great. So it's my pleasure. We're going to hot swap things here, so please stay put. We're going to break in a half hour. It's my great pleasure to introduce Representative Warren Davidson. He represents Ohio's 8th Congressional District. Prior to service in the House, he was in the U.S. Army as an infantryman, serving as part of the 3rd Infantry Division in Germany during the fall of the Berlin Wall, which will be germane to our discussion today. After graduating from West Point with a American history, he attended U.S. Army Ranger School and served in the Marine Guard in the 75th Ranger Regiment and 101st Airborne. After service as an Army Ranger, he earned an MBA from the University of Notre Dame and took over his family tool and machine business, owning and operating manufacturing companies in Ohio until his election to the House in 2016, where he currently sits on the Financial Services Committee. So with that, please join me in welcoming Representative Warren Davidson, to whom I'll turn over the podium. Thank you very much.
Can hear me. We got several versions of mics up here, so just give me a shout out if you can't. But so good evening, and it's really great to be with you and to celebrate this 75th anniversary of NATO. So please join me in thanking Cato and the American Conservative for hosting this important symposium. Some of you guys have been here all afternoon, and I've heard great feedback from the people that are watching online. So for the people that are sitting around out there watching this wherever you're at, thanks for staying tuned as well. So look, I'll talk a little bit about the origins. America is a republic, but only if we keep it. A republic, it's not an empire. It's a republic and not some mob-rule democracy. And a focused America First foreign policy is essential to restoring a government small enough to fit inside our Constitution. So how did we get so far off course from that origin for our country? Well, in the wake of World War I, they tried globalism. They didn't call it that, but that was essentially Woodrow Wilson's 14 points. It didn't stick, and frankly, in the wake of World War II, having reset the global monetary system, they cemented the U.S. dollar as the world's reserve currency at the Treaty of Bretton Woods, and conditions were basically set for an age of American empire. Post-World War II, the United Nations were formed, but that was for everyone. Even the Soviet Union was part of that. More focused support structures were formed or were already in the works at Bretton Woods to lock these kind of American-centric powers in, like the World Bank, like the International Monetary Fund. Fuel was added with the Marshall Plan, which subsidized all kinds of expansion and demand for American goods and services. It rebuilt the Western European economy. But the core alliance didn't take shape until 12 countries formed the North Atlantic Treaty Organization in 1949. Formally, NATO was and is a defensive alliance, not an ideological one. And while the members clearly rejected the Soviet Union and the threat of communism, they retained important differences. Not all of them were even democracies. And perhaps nothing illustrates that point more effectively than the addition of Turkey and Greece just a few years later in 1952. They were very clearly different. The pragmatism of working together to stop a common enemy prevailed over their ideology, their governance models, their history, or their culture. Nevertheless, while the treaty bound all countries into a common alliance, it was clearly referenced as the, quote, Washington Treaty, because America was an undeniable superpower. While it was clearly a defensive alliance for the 12 initial members, the treaty also bound the member countries, those 12, to the United Nations. The, quote, rules-based order, long sought by globalists, was starting to get sticky. Despite these steadily growing global organizations, the Cold War made it easy to portray a bipolar world with the United States on one side and the Soviet Union on the other. While Europeans were glad to show up at the Olympics, they were increasingly reliant on America's lead in foreign affairs. In fact, the de facto age of American empire enabled the European shift from defense spending to domestic politics and domestic priorities. You could also see the shift taking place in inspiring but absolutist speeches like John F. Kennedy's famous, "We shall pay any price, bear any burden, meet any hardship, support any friend, oppose any foe, to assure the survival and success of liberty." Inspiring words. But the Europeans were happy to have us pay in exchange for these inspiring words. Or how about Ronald Reagan's famous line, "Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall." Reagan gave that famous speech on June 12th of 1987. And in the spring of 1989, Private Davidson, me, I arrived in Germany to find the peak of the Cold War. Americans had live ammo loaded onto their vehicles and ready to deploy at a moment's notice to stop the Soviet horde from pouring over the Fulda Gap. On 9 November 1989, I was in the mountains of Bad Tolz, Germany, training with the 10th Special Forces Group when a Special Forces E-7 stood up and announced that the Berlin Wall was being torn down and the border was now open. And at first, we didn't know if that was part of a training scenario, like kind of a bold intro to your little talk, because I was a private, so I didn't actually say that, But it's like, no, seriously, it came down. So even the NCOs and officers were like, oh, okay. And so some of my friends and I had planned to go to Rome for Christmas that year. We changed our plans and we went to Berlin for Thanksgiving. And so just a couple weeks later, I got to walk through Checkpoint Charlie, which was, something that was built famously to cross through the border. And on a private salary, ate at the nicest restaurant in East Berlin. And that's when I became more familiar with exchange rates. I went from the US dollar to the West German mark to the East German mark. And for like $20, I had a month's wages. We could eat like kings for Thanksgiving dinner over there. And it was incredibly memorable experience. And we saw what it was like those few blocks that were for show on East Berlin. But, later that night and over the weekend, we went to all parts of Berlin, and I was in a British pub, the Kudamm district, which is kind of like Times Square in New York. And a young guy my age, I was 19 at the time, could speak some English, I could speak some German at the time, and we were kind of getting to know each other. He was experiencing his first hours of freedom. He was not looking for more government. He was looking for more freedom, right? And he couldn't believe that we had these kind of conditions on the West. So what was obvious to him And to me is he had been lied to. I could go longer. He's like, are the stores open at night and is there fresh milk? And I'm like, yeah, you're trying to explain it at 7-Eleven. And he's like, can everyone go in all the time? And I'm like, yeah. And he's like, and there's stuff on the shelves. And I'm like, yeah, they want everyone to come in so that they sell more stuff. And he's like, well, if they sell the stuff, like, how do they have more stuff? And he clearly didn't understand because he was familiar with the Soviet supply chain. One of the key things that, actual socialists don't feed people. Capitalists do, right? So we're seeing that firsthand over there. So finally, what really happened, we didn't tear down the wall. Gorbachev didn't tear down the wall. The people of East Berlin tore down their own wall. And they had tried before and failed. They've been shot in the head, whatever, for the efforts. This time it finally worked. They found out the truth, and they got to the other side. So, to pacify, in other world events, pulling away from Private Davidson up to Secretary of State James Baker, in other events just a few months later, to pacify and assuage Russia, which was the surviving remnant of the Soviet Union, the United States and other NATO members assured there would be a peaceful future. Secretary Baker told the Russians and NATO that NATO would not expand, quote, 1 inch eastward. The next day, Helmut Kohl, who's the future chancellor of West Germany and ultimately in a united Germany, assured Russia, quote, we believe that NATO should not expand the sphere of its activities. Was that mission accomplished? Maybe, but they had new world orders coming to them. So a year later, George H.W. Bush became president of the United States, and he described the end of the Cold War as an opportunity to usher in, quote, a new world order, remaking the world into the image of the United States. Was he the first true believer? There were others, famously Francis Fukuyama with The End of History. Ronald Reagan had very, very effectively, in a inspiring description, described how America was truly the world's land of opportunity. And this is a long quote. He says, America represents something universal in the human spirit. I received a letter not long ago from a man who said, you can go to Japan to live, but you cannot become Japanese. You can go to France to live and not become a Frenchman. You can go to live in Germany or Turkey and you won't become a German or a Turk. But then he added, anybody from any corner of the world can come to America to live and become an American. Perhaps he never anticipated the massive illegal immigration efforts to tear down our country. Reagan was an optimist when the world needed one, but the realists clearly were sounding the alarm. Perhaps the end of the Cold War maybe proved a tipping point for the Europeans, because in 1993 they formed what really resembles a United States of Europe, the European Union. Concurrently, globalists in both the United States and Europe consolidated power and launched several new binding layers to their, quote, rules-based order, all with a generous security blanket provided by NATO and underwritten by America. NATO effectively became the de facto European defense force. The NATO's original purpose as a strategic defensive alliance shifted to a political organization focused on spreading global initiatives around the world, with a particular emphasis in Eastern Europe and prospective members of the newly expanding European Union, and aligned with that an expansion of NATO. Let's look at the rate of expansion. In 1949, you had 12 founding members. In 1952, Greece and Turkey were added. In 1955, I believe, Germany finally added. 1982, Spain. And then in 1999, in the wake of the Cold War, you had the first big enlargement. Czech Republic, Hungary, and Poland. Then in 2004, a second wave, Bulgaria, Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, and Romania, Slovakia, and Slovenia. In 2009, Albania and Croatia. In 2017, Montenegro. In 2020, North Macedonia. For most people watching, find that on the map. In 2023, Finland, and in 2024, Sweden. All through those years, a global consensus was emerging when neoliberals and neoconservatives is just another word for not conservative, by the way, found common ground. In America, to get more wars in more places, they agreed to more free stuff for more people, which is bankrupting America financially and morally. Perhaps the Europeans saw it a little differently because they certainly leveraged America's defense spending to increase their own domestic spending. Defenders of America's empire were happy to be leveraged, though. But ask them, bankrupt nations are hard to defend. Check with Russia. That's how we won the Cold War. While the handful of European countries kept their own currencies and have kept their debt low, all major European powers shortchanged their defense obligations, and not because they're poor. Many researchers, including some of those present here today, like Justin Logan, Sumantra Mitra, Barry Posen, and others, have shown that the European nations significantly reduced their defense budgets and downsized their armies, shifting the burden to the American taxpayer and military. Some estimates show that if the Europeans had maintained Cold War level military spending, they would have spent an additional $8.6 trillion on defense over 30 years. Nevertheless, NATO's new strategic purpose marked a radical shift from defense to offense. NATO embraced the globalist political consensus and pushed others to do the same, especially prospective members of the European Union. Some observed that the core tenets, these are things, when you look out, and what is the common consensus that you see happening amongst this globalist collaboration? Well, around the world, you see some democratic systems with limited civil liberties, not our same version. No free speech, no free press, no freedom of religion, and certainly no privacy. Not that we have it going well here in America on privacy. They have lots of external input in those elections, like NATO, the US, the EU, and some of our other support institutions. Intervention in order to shape the outcomes in those elections. Limited domestic population growth with a secularized culture that undermines families, embraces abortion, homosexuality, gender fluidity, an expansive welfare state, and more. And nearly unlimited and unmitigated immigration, or really migration. All underwritten and in part enabled by abundant U.S. defense spending, more wars, more surveillance, and an increasing dependence on the financial system as an interconnected component. Along with those values, which are at odds with many cultures, including Russia's, NATO decided to seek another new member, Ukraine. So ideas have consequences, and especially bad ideas. So this strategic imbalance with NATO has left America less free, less safe, and more burdened by debt. We are overextended and swiftly losing credibility, influence, and power. The United States has averaged about 36% of allied GDP, but more than 61% of allied defense spending. The U.S. is now over $34 trillion in debt and adding roughly $1 trillion every 100 days at an exponentially growing pace. Of the 52 countries to exceed 130% of debt to GDP ratio, 51 have defaulted. America is rapidly approaching 130% debt to GDP ratio. Many of our critical munitions stockpiles are vitally low. China has asserted itself as a near-peer rival and a very credible threat, particularly in the Pacific. If you hadn't caught the news, they're actually doing training exercises with Russia in Eastern Europe right now. While the US dollar is still the global reserve currency, BRICS and others are working to develop a true rival. If America is in fact an empire, now is the time to levy heavier financial burden on those we protect and meddle less in the domestic politics of others. And it didn't have to be this way. In retrospect, we recognize there were voices like Dwight Eisenhower, Pat Buchanan, and Ron Paul, who had different views and in different ways sounded the alarm. America was adrift or risked it in earlier years, as Eisenhower famously warned in his farewell address. To win the Cold War, we bankrupted the Soviet Union with ideas and execution of policy. Sadly, the end of the Cold War found America wandering far from the values that made America distinct, desirable, and victorious. Donald Trump is the only viable presidential candidate to create these expectations, and he has already done so credibly as former president with and an ongoing campaign to make America great again and to have a more focused America First foreign policy. The choice America confronts is not new. Every empire has failed. And when given a blank slate, America's founding fathers created a republic, not an empire, a republic, not a mob rule democracy, a republic, but only if we can keep it. So, but how would we keep it? I'm not going to leave you hanging on my opinion on it, but first let me offer a very simplified summary of Ukraine. Russia and Ukraine have a long history of peace marked by periods of conflict. Picking up that history in November of 2013, then Ukrainian President Yanukovych announced a plan to enter a trade agreement with Russia rather than the EU. This set off a course of events that led to a coup in Ukraine to establish a government more friendly to the EU and a subsequent Russian seizure of Crimea, where Russia kept their Black Sea fleet. Internal politics within Ukraine led to language and culture wars that left not only Russian, but also Polish and Hungarian populations within Ukraine, confronting the impact of NATO's new strategic mission, which seems to include expanding the European Union. America's botched withdrawal from Afghanistan ended on 31 August 2021, and the very next day, on September 1st, the United States entered into a strategic partnership agreement with Ukraine to support their membership not only in NATO, but in the European Union. That fall, Russia continued to escalate and negotiate, but NATO held their position steady. On February 22nd, 2022, Jens Stoltenberg, the Secretary General for NATO, gave a speech about the importance of NATO's ability to project power around the world, including into Asia. Now remember, NATO's a defensive alliance. Why are you projecting power around the world, including into Asia? Well, on February 24th, 2022, Russia invaded Ukraine. As the aggressor, nothing really excuses Russia's invasion. Nevertheless, after rapidly seizing a foothold in Ukraine, Russia entered into peace discussions with Ukraine. And according to multiple reports around the world, and now even the New York Times here in America, NATO discouraged peace talks and committed, quote, as much as it takes, as long as it takes. The same hollow slogan that led to the ill-defined war on terror. They committed that to Ukrainian President Zelensky, and that scuttled the peace talks. One of the core issues in Ukraine remains NATO membership, and this has long been understood to be a cause for war by Russia. That doesn't excuse their aggression. Nevertheless, they have not been vague, nor has NATO, frankly. NATO insists that Ukraine will eventually be a member of NATO, And this isn't just Jens Stoltenberg, but our own Secretary of State, Antony Blinken, has said the same. To them, Ukraine as a member of NATO is non-negotiable. And here we are at a very important impasse on the 75th anniversary of NATO. So here's some thoughts. For the Europeans, it's time that we stop using NATO and other supporting organizations to wage a radical, very progressive culture war on values around the world. People don't want what the globalists are selling. They also don't want their own countries flooded with illegal immigrants who have no desire to integrate with the culture. Instead, they're actively assisting the critical theorists in tearing down the status quo. They don't intend to integrate. So let's return to the young Germans I was speaking with at the fall of the Berlin Wall. In their first hours of freedom, that's what they wanted, freedom, not government, not imposed authoritarian solutions. In an authoritarian system, culture follows the politics. In a democratic, republican system, politics ultimately follows the culture. This new strategic purpose for NATO and the globalists flips that script. America should lead an orderly end to NATO by pushing the Europeans to either create a European defense force of their own or become responsible independently for their own country's defense. This is consistent with Dwight Eisenhower's vision. In 1951, he said, quote, "If in 10 years all European troops stationed in Europe for national defense purposes have not been returned to the United States, then this whole project, NATO, will have failed." Would Eisenhower consider it a failure? That's what he said. In the meantime, we should make clear that the NATO treaty does not automatically declare a state of war if a country is invaded or drawn into conflict. In America, that power belongs to Congress alone. No treaty can supersede our Constitution. Article 11 of the treaty, you always hear about Article 5 where it invokes the common defense. Article 11 of the treaty makes clear, quote, "This treaty shall be ratified and its provisions carried out by the parties in accordance with their respective constitutional processes." Our process is Article 1 of our Constitution reserves the power of war for Congress, and Federalist 69 punctuates it. We may help a NATO ally, but NATO membership does not obligate America to fight your wars for you or to fund them. This is a reckoning that America's open checkbook has prevented. Scarcity is real. Foreign policy should be grounded in realism. Realism is not isolationism. I trust that this process would result in a diplomatic resolution to the conflict in Ukraine. People would confront reality. Now, for America's republic, we are a republic, not an empire. Congress must support and defend our Constitution against all enemies, foreign and domestic, defend our own borders, represent the citizens, not the inhabitants of the United States. We should protect the citizens' freedom, property, autonomy, and American sovereignty with justice, free commerce, fair trade, and focused diplomacy. As required by Article 4, Section 4 of the Constitution, we should ensure that every state has a Republican form of government for its citizens. That's very debatable today. Sound money is essential to defending freedom, and while debased fiat may be constitutional, its implications are not compatible with the Equal Protection Clause. Notably, the Republican platform took a big step forward on sound money. America can't afford a government small enough to fit within the Constitution. We don't have that, and that's why we're bankrupting the country financially and morally. The other nonsense is what's doing it. So finally, a focused America First foreign policy is integral to restoring a government small enough to fit within our Constitution. I'll share with you one of my favorite Bible verses is Romans 12:18. Quote, "If possible, as much as it depends on you, live at peace with everyone." And this verse recognizes peace doesn't always depend on us. There may be a time for war. But it also makes clear we don't need to accept every invitation to conflict, and we certainly shouldn't seek out extra ones. As we gather right now in this room, globalists are busy. While some are surely working to, quote, fortify elections and other supporting structures, others are working to fortify NATO as a status quo preservation agent, or Trump-proofing it, as some of them call it. Their main effort is clearly Ukraine, and you can read all about it. Politico had a good article at the start of the week, but it's being done in the open. The question is, what are we going to do about it? I mean, I presented a short version of my plan here today. Elections do have consequences, and personnel ultimately is policy. So we'll see what the future holds soon enough. Clausewitz is widely recognized for saying that war is politics by other means. So I have a corollary. Politics is war by other means. In politics, as in war, there is no substitute for victory. Thank you.
If I can squeeze in, usurp the moderator's privilege here again. One question that comes up that I've heard, you hear conflicting reports about that you're uniquely situated to shed some light on, is where is the GOP on Ukraine, on NATO? You can find polls that say this, polls that say that, but I imagine to the extent anybody's hearing from voters about these kinds of things, it would be someone like you. What is your sense of where the GOP is? Is NATO becoming a kind of partisan issue where Democrats sort of reflexively support it and Republicans are skeptical? Same question with Ukraine. What's your read of the kind of politics out there on that issue?
Yeah, where are Republicans? Republicans are divided, and so is the base. I mean, so I've been one of the handful of people that hasn't supported any funding for Ukraine, and we created a bill called the Define the Mission Act. And it's basically go back to the Powell Doctrine, kind of the lessons learned from Vietnam is before we get into a war, let's make sure we know what we're trying to achieve and how do we wind this thing down? What do we define as victory? When do we hang the mission accomplished banner, right? Not that that's ever been done wrongly, right? And so we haven't done that. We've had hollow slogans like as much as it takes, as long as it takes. And even General Milley, when he came before Foreign Affairs, said, yeah, that doesn't actually count as a mission, right? And so I think Republicans would unite behind saying, define the mission. But when I first offered it as an amendment last year, it only got 129 votes. I mean, no Democrats and only 129 Republicans. But since then, kind of, people didn't really want to go on record for it, but they said, let's do it, and it became part of the NDAA this year. Whether it really results in a defined mission by the administration, I don't know. And we didn't say what the mission has to be. We just said, you've got to be accountable for something. Because unless they define a mission, you can't hold them accountable for success or failure. And they've avoided that in a lot of ways. So I think that's really where elected Republicans are, is they really want something to say, did we succeed or not?
That makes eminent sense. I see that we're out of time there. I know you have a tight schedule, but I hope the audience will join me in thanking you so much for that keynote address. We really appreciate your representation.
Thank you all. Appreciate it. Thanks a lot. Thanks, Anand.
With that, I still have a working microphone here. I think we have some sort of happy hour festivities upstairs. I hope you will join us. Thank you for your attendance today, and please, you can feel free to use the Cato website to stay abreast of developments on these matters, which will not go away in the coming months. Thank you very much.